Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to Hash Church, episode 65, the last Hash Church of 2015. It's going to be the last one. Let me just send out these emails and all of these messages real quick. Get over to the live stream from YouTube so I can shut the audio off before it does a little, here we come, get that off. Perfect. Welcome, everyone. Adrian Baker, Red Lion, Jimmy Buzzle, Jim King, John Berfelo. So I can shut Taste Buds. I did shut the audio off before it does a little. There's another one. There's another one. Perfect. Welcome, everyone. Adrian Baker, Red Lion, Jimmy Buzzle.
Good morning.
Tried my best not to have that repeat like that. I had two YouTube. You know how hard it is to open the chat, send out emails, Skypes, Messenger, and one other. Well, good morning. How you guys doing?
Good morning, sir. How are you?
I'm good. I basically am coming out of a wicked 2-day flu. Christmas Day, my entire family got sick. Both my kids. My little son was sick the day before, but on Christmas Day, the next day, my son, my daughter, my wife, and myself were destroyed. Destroyed.
I'm sorry to hear that.
You know what? It doesn't happen very often. I'll tell you one thing. It was really quite incredible because everyone was puking all throughout the day. It didn't happen to me till 5 in the morning, and I was basically puffing all day. And I'd feel a little sick, and I'd puff, and it would go away. And I'd feel a little sick hours later, and I'd puff, and it would go away. But once I went to bed around 2 o'clock, 2 to 3 o'clock without the puffing, and boom, the nausea hit me hard. So enough about my puke. How are you guys doing?
Doing great. Had a great holiday season. It was nice and mellow. Had some family over, Christmas tree and all, and smoked some great hash. Had a great day yesterday. Went down to Monterey to the Aquarium Museum and
nice.
Just had a nice, mellow couple of days to end up the new year.
Oh, very nice, very nice.
How about you, Mark? How was your holiday?
Very much the same, just very low-key and mellow. I'm here all by myself. My wife and daughter flew off to the in-laws, so got the house to myself, so I can do Hash Church from any room in the house today.
I was just going to say, I was like, Mark's in a different room today.
Come on, Mark, are you wearing pants from the waist down? Are you just running around just with a shirt on? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm in my kitchen today because I'm just happens to be where I am.
Awesome.
Oh, you're going to show us some kitchen chemistry? Is that what's going to happen?
I've been making some chocolates. Chocolate is just a wonderful vehicle, as you know. It's just a great starting material to play with. And
is that your favorite ingestion for edibles? Is chocolate?
Yeah. I've been doing what everyone else does, which is just coconut oil infusion into chocolates, trying to make a caramel, trying to come up with a better caramel recipe. So,
what genetic were you using?
I'm sorry?
What genetic are you using?
This is mostly outdoor. Let's see. There was some Buddha in there. There was also some airborne G13. Let's see. I'm trying to think. Some of the other samples that we have was just sort of like a mix of shake from a couple different strains that were just kind of like a catch-all to say, okay, we're going to make edibles out of that. That's basically what happened to that. You know?
Hey, Mark, Scialdone, can I ask you a work question since you work for Hive? I don't know if you can answer this or not. Do you know when, somebody asked me this the other day, do you know when the Mothership bowl and rotating tool is going to come out from you guys? We've seen prototypes. People are asking in places, so do you have any idea when those may arrive?
Yeah, I think those honey buckets are out. I mean, I could definitely. Is that what you're talking about? The Mothership clap?
Yeah, the Mothership buckets. They basically 14 mil. Yeah. That's in it. It's shaped like the Mothership bowl and has the Mothership side with the
a little gold emblem there. It's pretty cool. Yeah, those were I think released last week. I think they were released last week, just before Christmas. I can check into it. I'll check in during church today and give everyone an update when I find out.
Talking about the bucket, right, Etienne? This little guy?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so this is an all-white ceramic bucket, right?
Yes, I know it. Made out of ceramic by Hive.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. So
I got the tools, man.
Right on, Mark.
Hey, so I wanted to give a quick shout out to Pow Baked Goods. It's an Instagram account, PAOBAKED Goods. It's a buddy of mine's girlfriend who kicked me down some really nice little chocolates for Christmas. She gave me 3 little chocolates, and I kind of pigged out and ate them all at once. But man, they were nice. They had caramel inside, and they were really professionally made. And I would urge you guys to go check out her Instagram account. And if you're in Vancouver, they were really nice chocolates. So definitely something worth looking into while we were talking about chocolates and medicinals.
I want to give a quick shout out to On the Rise to Peter and Bryce for this cool shirt they made. I never get cool BPG stuff, so somebody made that, and I just want to give them a shout out and thanks.
Very nice, dude. I noticed that shirt today, actually.
Hey, Mark, I was going to mention when you were going to get the guy in from SC Labs to talk about testing, and you'd mentioned something about Roy Upton, who I think is the editor of the AHP monograph.
Yes.
I'm pretty good friends with Jehan Marcoux, Dr. Jehan Marcoux, who certainly we can probably see if he's available to jump into church if you're interested in having him come in.
I'd love to get all those guys at once. I'd love to get Alec from SC Labs and Roy and Kevin and this gentleman you're talking about and yourself. I actually had mentioned it to a few people today that if I had it organized, I was really only going to invite a few of the regular panel in, like yourself included, and then let it really be this sort of 4, 5, 6 person group of really talking about all these.
Yeah, I also have a guy in Berkeley from CW Labs. I can also get him involved because he's been very helpful as well.
Yeah, I think it would be nice, just to offer something different to the people, get some fresh new faces in, and get a little deeper into the conversation.
Yeah, so if you want to target like a upcoming Sunday, Mark, like like in a week or so or a couple of weeks from now, let me know and I'll see if Jehan's available and I'll.
Hey, Scialdone, do you have Trello? Because we have this Trello thing that we use to design during the week.
I do.
One through there.
Sure, go ahead. Send me the link.
Yeah, true enough. I haven't used Trello for a while. But it is very helpful just to plan a show. Man, I'll tell you, the week goes by fast. We have all these great ideas on a Sunday, and then it's like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and my wife's like, hey, you have Hash Church tomorrow, right? And I'm like, oh my God.
Okay.
Driving me crazy. Cold greetings from Denmark, from the Grinch. I didn't know the Grinch lived in Denmark. Is that that's interesting?
Hey, let's do a bong hit to the great solstice that just passed us.
Ooh, a bong rip. Man, I'll tell you.
It was Boxing Day, right?
Unfortunately, our man hasn't come in to stream our regular bong rip. I don't know where he is, but regardless, let us bong rip, sir.
Does Boxing Day have anything to do with boxing?
Boxing?
No.
Boxing Day, well, what was yesterday, Boxing Day?
I think so, wasn't it?
Interesting, because I watched the Rocky, the new one, Creed, just a bit of it yesterday. So I was watching boxing on Boxing Day. It's got to count for something.
You were feeling punchy.
Baby bong rips.
So I've just gotten a real-time update from Kyle. They've landed in the warehouse. They're doing the final QC and packaging and inventory as we speak, and they'll get orders out. So the short version is they're here. They're available any day now. And if you say that you heard it on Hash Church, I guess you get some kind of special deal. Is that right? They'll sell it in a day, so move quick. Say you heard it on Hash Church. Maybe you get some kind of discount. I don't know.
The Hash Church discount. Well, one of these days when I order up mine, I'll show it being used on Hash Church. It's very much the same as this, except ceramic, which is great. The cost on these Mothership bowls are absolutely astronomical. I think that I could sell this little unused unit with the dial, the quartz, and the bucket for about $400 or $500, which shocked me when I heard that people were flipping clear. Even just taking the dial out, just taking this little guy out, you can sell for some absorbent amount of money. It's quite quite ridiculous how much Mothership is. So I think
The
Hive
hype,
did well.
the hype is alive and well. Scialdone, how much do these retail for? Do you have any idea?
I'm asking that right now, and I just said, Mark, that you should be sent one complimentary. So let's see if we can get you a complimentary Hash Church honey bucket here.
Ooh, some people are saying 550 that are US that people are paying for these. 550 US, which is about 700 Canadian dollars.
And that's for the quartz that will burn.
Yeah, that's the quartz with slit. I have a slit one. Now they make them slitless. You can see the little slit right here. I don't use them. I am a D-nail guy, and I don't use torches. So
Hey, Marcus, you just got one, buddy.
Well, I'll use a torch for the ceramic. I have a hard time using a bowl that I can sell for $700.
Well, that's why I was looking at when I was asking for the Hive, because when I travel, I like to take a bowl that I can leave wherever I go. I would rather leave something that's ceramic than leave something that's titanium that's mined. You know what I'm saying?
I'll tell you this much.
So for me, one thing was enjoy the flavor of this. Mark, will those with the slit and without the slit? Because when I use them, it's quicker to light with the slit, but if you like a bigger blob, slit won't work.
All I can say is this: these are the most enjoyable to puff out of compared to the Banger. I will say that much. These are incredible. You know, with the carb cap.
But do you prefer the Banger though?
No, I prefer the Mothership ones, but I can't bring myself to smoking out of my clear Mothership honey bucket because I could just sell it for $700. I would rather have $700 all day long than that bowl. If that makes any sense.
So my question was to Scialdone, will it come with a slit inside?
Yeah. So I'm getting information from Kyle. It says 300 retail for the set, the bucket, swing, 2 arms, and an OFZ cap.
Yes, this is the OFZ right here.
Animal flavor zone cap, yes.
OFZ cap. It says 150 wholesale. It's about half of the price of what Mothership charges for theirs.
Wow.
That's very reasonable, man.
I think they'll do well with those.
I'd rather have those for when I'm traveling because, again, I hate to say they're disposable, but at the same time, the flavor is really good out of the porcelain. I've been really enjoying it. I got the Hive bowl for my Traveler and with the cap, and I must say I have really enjoyed the flavor and the yeah, good stuff. So keep up the great work there, Hive.
Yeah, that's the boys at Hive.
And I don't work for them. I only talk about things that I like, and I will only hype things because I have no company affiliate. That's what I was asking, because I saw when we were at the Emerald Cup the other day, saw a retailer, so he had no idea when it was actually coming out. So glad to know they're out.
Tyler is saying that Mothership only charges $350 for a full set, but people put extra money on them when they flip them. That is the Mothership hype, of course. It'd be nice to buy everything direct.
Right.
Mothership would own if they stopped selling to everyone and did all direct sales. That's what I would love to see Mothership do. Because basically they're selling $900 eggs and people are flipping them for $3,000. It's like, why wouldn't Mothership just make that?
$4,000 all day long. I wish I could get hold of them. I'd love to order a custom one myself, but can't get hold of them through their sites. So their site's not even up. But yeah, they're beautiful stuff, and I agree. But I think if it were just constantly only available, it's a supply and demand thing.
Yeah.
But even as more supply comes up, the hype still hasn't stopped. It continues to go up. You know, all of our pipes, I guarantee, if we sold them, we could definitely get much more than what we paid for them. And I find it interesting, especially for clear glass, as a former, glass seller myself, especially the colored, but to see such loyal branding in the community, along with what we were talking about last week with Marcel and Glass Art, it's interesting to see what the community themselves, or the public, John Q. Public, has deemed worthy. And not only that, have deemed art to where they have elevated to the price where they will pay for Bong. you kids are paying thousands for bongs that I could have, one, never afforded or even thought to have the idea of in your age, much less in my age at 46 nowadays. So I find it fascinating, again, as an art movement, as a cultural movement, how supply, demand, and what people will pay for, as well as flavor. I honestly say I love my motherships for the simple fact of flavor. I get so much flavor through them compared to other pipes. I love Mobius. I've had Mobius and others, but I've just found myself gravitating toward things that I love, and there's no way that this niche market isn't going to continue to expand, to grow, because you've got some very talented glass blowers. When I was at Chalice this year, the glass blowers there all blowing, and all the unique glass was highly supported. I mean, people take great interest in this community, and it's very rare that any industry has an art association, one, tied to it, much less that is found supported, put upon its own pedestals. I mean, you've got certain glass blowers that are put on their own, from going back from Toro to, before that, Jerome Baker to, Snodgrass, who really started a lot of the glass and colored glass. But, I mean, Mark, you yourself have photographed some of the most amazing motherships yourself, so you see the quality, you see how many different people, how many people does it take to make on average one pipe? On average?
No knowledge whatsoever. Who, how, why, what, but I appreciate it. I love the fact that without a shadow of a doubt, they stepped it up. I'll say he stepped it up, because really Mothership, is a ton of amazing artists. But let's be honest, the soul of Mothership is Scott Deppie. He started that company. He brought in those glass blowers, and he trained and taught and learned from, and Quave and Dosa and all of those guys. I have the utmost respect for them, and I'm not sitting here bitching about them, not getting the value for their pipes. I just find that, I used to sell herb, and if you made $100 a pound, that was like, people were like trying to grind you down. It's like, oh, you don't need to make 100 on each one. Come on, just make 50. And it's like, these stores are making thousands of dollars off of glass pipes. They are literally one pipe. That seems like a very large price to tag on. Like, when you're making as much as, say, the people who blew the pipe, that seems to me to be too much. Just from my perspective.
That's art. That was one of the reasons why I got out of the art world, is because it's not controlled by the artist; it's controlled by the buyer. So that's where I find sociologically fascinating, is that you, the stoners, find enough in these glass pipes to not only pay the price, then to pay the upward price, then the black market price. I mean, if you look on Facebook at the Mothership Glass Group and see what these pipes are actually trading for. Yeah. The price isn't going down. It's interesting that these kids are outbidding each other and causing now these elite motherships that are now colored to sell in the 5 figures, and I'm talking 20 to 25K offers for pipes, and people are buying them, which only continues to perpetuate and support, again, this art movement, but at the same time, this fascination, again, with sociological fascination with, oh, I gotta have one of the best ever.
Well, here's an example. Here's a perfect example. A Mothership Mini. They just got these new ones in. I think they're called Fialoris. It's got incredible sandblasting work all over it, okay? So I look at one of these, and I know that a Mothership Mini on a high end, like an expensive one, costs $1,500 US. You can find them for $1,000 US, but the brand new, newest everything, $1,500 US. The new, with the sandblasted work, is just under 6,000 Canadian, which is around 48 to 5,000 US. So that sandblasting work is the end user is paying 4,000 US dollars for that sandblasting work, and I'm just wondering. Pipe? Yeah, it's a pipe.
But it's the same pipe.
It's the same pipe. They just sandblasted it and made it look really beautiful. It's got patterns all over it. It would be like, it's work, don't get me wrong. The artist is, like, it is incredible, impeccable work, but 100% for sure, it doesn't affect the hit, the taste, the flavor, or any of that. It's really a visual thing. But for 4,000 US dollars, I have to say, I'm just not that baller. Like, just not that baller. How you doing, Tony?
I'm good, brother. How you doing? You got a good Christmas out there?
Getting real sick. My whole family, we were all just like deathly ill for like the last 2 days.
That's horrible. That's absolutely horrible to be sick on the holidays. How about you guys?
I had it great, easy, mellow, chill.
Yeah, no
I say
sickness.
hi, guys, but I have a family with me, and I have to go run out and go have some fun today. So much love. I hope you all have a great rest of the church, and I shall see you all next week.
Right, Etienne.
Did he just
What
say
about
bye?
I think so.
Yeah, he did.
Thanks for coming in, brother. Much appreciated. A little mothership conversation.
What about you, Mark? Did you have a good time?
Yeah, I just had a really chill holiday. My son came back from college. It's like,
Wow.
yeah, having him back, and now he's gone, right? You know, hi,
Can't
I'm
even believe
back.
you're old enough to have a son from college.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. Yeah, we must have done something right, right? So they just want to know, like, just like the Cats in the Cradle song said, you know, where's the car keys? Please, you know, and they're gone. Yeah, I got the whole house to myself, so I can broadcast from any room in the house today.
That's pretty cool.
People are wondering why Etienne left. I totally missed it. He was busy. He had to go do some stuff.
Yeah, family stuff. Can you imagine?
Oh, wow. Well, I'm glad he stopped in and said hi to us anyway. People in the chat are like, what happened? Why is Etienne gone? I was like, he got super mad. He's out of here. Just joking. Yes, nice to have the holidays done and done with. We've got we've got the last Hash Church of 2015 is what we've got going on here right now.
Oh, yeah.
I saw the new Terps went out. People were looking excited. I saw all the different names. Very nice, very nice.
Yeah, there was, one thing that just like I get over and over and over is people always ask, like, why would you want to use terpenes? and you know, it's not, this is how I recommend it. You know, the point is to not take them on their own. I mean, sure, you could try to dab them as a standalone product, but like that's not really like how to best use it. And as we discussed on this several times, you know, there's not a lot of studies that are out there in its pure form of what that is. But if you look at flowers, that's 1 to 3% terpenes. You look at concentrates, 5 to 7. You know, having like a half of a drop to a half a gram of rosin or to a gram of rosin, it's going to increase your percentage maybe a couple points, you know, 2 or 3%. But so you're getting a flavor out of it, and you're getting the modulation effect out of it. And if you don't have any cannabinoids, then you're not going to modulate anything. It's kind of like plugging in your guitar and turning up the volume and the gain really hard, but then never hitting a string. You're just like... So...
Hey, keep in mind, Tony, the people that are like saying, oh, I don't know about terpenes, I'm not really sure, blah, 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 almost exclusively, none of them have tried it.
Yes. Yeah.
So let's just put that up on there.
Yeah.
Fairly important. It's a fairly important factor.
Yeah, or they tried something that's another type of terpene product that's from CO2 or something else.
I saw that recently. The CO2 terpenes are like yellow.
Yellow and orange. So, you know, that's what you got. Now I think you're going to see hopefully a lot of education out there when people are looking at it. They're like, okay, well, Tony's and Blue Rivers are clear. They look like water. They're not changing. You know, they're exposed to air for like 5 days open. Also, before they're packaged, there's not any crazy thing you have to do anymore to store them. If you were going to store them long term, use a refrigerator. But my favorite thing to do is, literally dab a little bit in it every time, and that flavor is going to change a lot. So if you have a little vial and you're dipping, dabbing it, I mean, it goes forever. or just use a little spoon. I'm now including little droppers in there. All of our new stuff for the New Year's will have little custom little white droppers. But even that, like even a full drop on a gram is a lot. And I think when Space and the Bizarre Brothers and us hung out, they saw like what one drop did, and I was like, that's just it's obsessive, like.
Is that an Atmos pen?
This is a Puffco.
Oh, a Puffco, nice. I have one of them somewhere.
Ceramic element. And
yes.
I actually spent a lot of time yesterday researching the right type of cartridge and pen for our project that you and I are working on. And I noticed now, if you look in these things, instead of having a coil or a wick, everything's moving to ceramic. So
yeah,
ceramic.
The Atmos one is just a ceramic, like the whole thing, when you look inside, is all ceramic. You don't see any element. The element's underneath the ceramic.
Yeah, I think that's key, and then next is what kind of ceramic are you using. But this Puffco is really nice. I found one cartridge in the world that is a wickless ceramic element for the Bubbleman pen that I would consider of a standard, and it's doesn't use a wick. So it's kind of like it's what it is it's got a ceramic rod at the bottom that has a hole through it, and what it does is it pulls your oil, your flower rosin, or whatever you're gonna have in the pen through that rod that's ceramic that has a hole in it at the bottom, and then that vaporizes and pushes back down through the bottom. It's a really good design. I don't think you're going to see a lot of wicks in the future because Harvard came out with a couple studies. I don't know if Mark saw this on the e-cigarette stuff, basically saying that like the PG and the VG, they did a bunch of studies on it and they found what was causing the problems in most people was the actual wick, not even the PG as much.
Mm.
No, it's the thermal degradation products that are basically shouldn't be going into the lungs. Yeah. Causing that same kind of I guess it's the same kind of symptoms that they see with that so-called popcorn lung. We were talking about this, I think, last week on Hash Church.
Yeah, that's why I looked it up because I didn't know what it was when you guys popcorn lung. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about, popcorn lung. I hadn't heard it.
I think it's a version of that thing. Lipoid pneumonia or lipid pneumonia. Again, it's just getting high molecular weight stuff that's not meant to be going deep into the airways. That just is going to cause all kinds of problems, and you get edema and all kinds of fluid buildup around it, and it's not a good thing, and you could basically suffocate from it. So it's not a good thing.
So I had a question for you on that subject. Because everyone's trying to get away from the cut in the pens, and during Christmas I saw my nephew, who's like 18, and he's got one of those. And this was a ceramic coil wickless tank. He's putting in his e-juice. He's got his digital box. He's got it all dialed in. He's like, yeah, it's 3% nicotine. I'm like, well, what's the 97%, man? And he's like, what do you mean?
Exactly. I mean, I had to take it away from my 18-year-old. I mean, he came home from college like, hey, we all got one of these. I said, you don't got one of these anymore, and I took it out of his hand. I mean, yeah, those things are just, I shouldn't really comment too much on them, but I could just say that I don't think that anything like that is meant to be gone into your airways at that concentration. Vegetable glycol, again, so this is basically, or vegetable-based glycerin is basically a byproduct of processing of triglycerides, and it's actually not a very good solvent for cannabinoids, and I'm not sure if it's actually a very good solvent for nicotine as well. Although
well, they use it. That's what they use it for. They use a cut of PG and VG.
Yeah, and the PG is what the nicotine. So PG. So let's talk about that. So propylene glycol. Yeah. And so that stuff, man, this is what they use to de-ice airplanes. Okay, I mean fog
machine juice.
Yeah, it's the stuff that's used in radiator fluid. You know, it's used because it, you know, basically has good thermal properties. But I mean, it's not the kind of thing that, again, I guess if you're getting it in small quantities in like an edible product, like if you're eating a lot of things, kind of like this is the same issue, Tony, with the pesticide residue. Some of these pesticides, especially like the azoles, really have little to no mammalian toxicity. Again, they're usually on fruits and vegetables that are usually washed. No one washes their cannabis, and if it's washed, it's extracted, and all of that's going to end up in the extract. And it's one thing if you're getting like ppm quantities that you know, like in your diet, where again you're ingesting all kinds of other things into your stomach, and you got to remember your stomach is like a cauldron of too normal hydrochloric acid that just chews the hell out of most very fragile and sensitive molecules. And so if you're being exposed, again, to like trace amounts of pesticides through your diet, I mean, it's one thing. But when you smoke it, and especially when you're smoking it in concentrated form and you're heating it up, it's just not known, and none of those chemicals are registered for use in an end use where the stuff is going to be applied to something that's going to be heated before consumed. It's all meant to be either sprayed in a foliar spray or like a preemptive, you know, pre-emergent spray. A lot of the agrochemicals these days are being packaged into the seed coatings themselves, and so seeds, especially row crops like corn and soy, are coated sometimes, and then as that as the seed blooms, as the germplasm spreads out, and it basically makes the plant, it releases a plume of the agrochemical in the soil that's then uptaken into the plant systemically and then delivered systemically throughout the life of the plant in a way that they don't have to use foliar sprays, which has a lot of, you know, unintended runoff and all other, just a higher use rate, so they can get away with much lower use rates by putting it into the seed itself. But yeah, I mean, none of those chemicals are regulated for use on a product that's to be smoked, and especially a resinous product like cannabis, which is going to be basically a sponge to absorb anything that comes in contact. So any of these insecticides or fungicides or other kinds of agrochemical treatments are all going to stick within the oil that's going to be consumed and extracted.
Well, and the only industry that we actually have to compare to is the tobacco industry. So I guess the only thing we could pull data from is what do they go through, right?
Yeah, well, again, tobacco is something that has naturally occurring insecticide, and nicotine is a very potent insecticide, so it doesn't really need the insect treatments that you would see. And its cultivation practices, I live in the Amish area of Pennsylvania, and so right down the road from here, there's a very large region of the Amish community that grows quite a bit of tobacco. And I could tell you that, yeah, their harvest and their practices are a lot like row crop. Like they'll treat it like soybean or like corn and just plant them in rows, and you'll see them. They usually grow up and they're very, very bright, brilliant yellow, and they stand out against the corn. And they're usually harvested in early October and then hung in barns. But I tell you, all that tobacco stuff goes out the window because the chemistry of that plant is just completely different than cannabis. And because the chemistry is completely different, the compounds that you use to control pests and bugs would be different too.
Mm-hmm. So, well, as far as regulation, though, I meant they're the only thing that we actually smoke in our society that's regulated.
Right, and they spray, man, Tony, they spray all kinds of shit on tobacco. And again, it's like, it's a dirty industry. Not the model industry to model cannabis after.
Yeah, I once read there's 115 other addictive chemicals in a cigarette besides the nicotine.
Yeah, I think they treat with bergamot. They treat with oil of bergamot. They treat with other things too, again, to enhance flavor and all kinds of stuff, I think.
Well, nothing's more important than the ability to raise the levels of nicotine, which is actually illegal for a tobacco company to do in the lab, but they do it on the field by spraying radium-226, which is a radioactive nucleotide that basically does nothing other than alter healthy DNA.
Right, and I can tell you that like the shatter version of nicotine. So if you were to take tobacco and blast it, that shatter version, that level of purity of nicotine is actually toxic. Like
Sure.
you can die from.
Forget about you can die. That's how they kill racehorses, with a syringe of pure nicotine, and that fucking horse is dead before the plunger gets to the bottom. That's how strong pure nicotine is. Forget about a human. It's a true story. How you doing, Todd?
Man, getting up early is harder. Every day I get older. I swear to God. No, I'm kidding. No, not really. I'm kidding. I woke up today thinking it was 8:06. It was 9:06. I was like,
You sound like Rocky Balboa in the new Creed movie. He's all old, and he's like, oh, it's harder to get up these stairs each time.
oh, that's fucked up. Don't compare me to Rocky, for Christ's
And then
sake.
he's like, no, there's some great lines in there. I only watched like 40 minutes of it, but at one point, Buddy's like, he's saying, oh, time is your greatest opponent. It takes down everyone.
Nice. Thanks, buddy. Making me feel great this morning. Yeah, let's rejoice in getting older. We're all dying closer.
We've been dying since the day we were born.
No, right. What did Bob Dylan say? He who is not busy being born is busy dying.
Fucking rights.
So I was doing a good job dreaming today while I was half dead, so good times on that. So.
Excellent.
So we're talking about weed again? Every day, every Sunday. Pot, pot, pot. What the hell, guys?
I know.
Well, I mean, we could talk about age, because I'm about to be 38, and I feel like I'm 68. And
I'm not gonna lie, Tony. You looked a little older for your age than I thought, actually. 38. Wow. Jesus.
Yeah.
7 years.
You know you're old. Like I went out last night with my brother and his girlfriend and all their friends, and you know, it's just like over here it's what 3 hours ahead of what the hash church was, and I barely made it. At 12 o'clock, I'm like limping. I can't move. I was like, man, this is the first time I've gone out and had like 4 drinks in a year since the last year I was here. And drinking and puffing at the same time, that makes you feel old. That makes you feel really old very quickly.
That's really hard taxing on the body, man, for sure. There's no question.
Is your brother younger?
He's 10 years older, but he definitely looks younger. Yeah.
10 years older. The big bro.
Yeah, we went to. Have you guys ever been to a 90-10 party?
I don't think so.
I like Todd's look on his face. He's like, 90-10, what's that? Where like 90% of the ratio is female and 10%.
Yes, Playboy parties. Yeah. Yeah. I went to a party once. They had 1,185 guests and only 200 were men.
Yeah, this was the kind of party last night.
Loved it.
You gotta feel bad at a party like that if you find yourself sitting there and you end up chatting with like a bunch of dudes.
Yeah. Yeah, no, for sure.
Honestly, I think that's why I met Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, actually. I'm not even shitting you guys. I had heard that he had gotten his doctor's note from the same doctor that, one of the doctors I had gotten mine from through Jack. And I was at the buffet, and I looked to my left, and I saw, I swear to God, like a suit pocket next to my head, and I looked up. And I was like, holy shit, you know? So I was like, I followed him right to the table because it's open seating, and I was like, may I sit with you? And he's like, yeah, of course. And I was like, I think we have the same doctor. And he was like, really? How is that possible? And I was like, Jack Herr. And he was like, oh. And then we started talking more, and, you know, he's used it for headaches his whole life. And I actually asked him, I said, did you ever play, you know, did you ever smoke before you played? And he was so cool. He was eating dinner. He goes, did you ever see me play? And I said, yeah. He goes, then you saw me play high because I could never risk going on the court and getting a headache.
No.
And I was like, holy shit. You know, and really that was his office. He, you know, he was doing it to insulate himself against not being able to play through the game. Pretty deep, man.
Yeah, he's a big proponent, or was back in the day, of Bikram yoga as well. I know Bikram Choudhury gave him a couple more years on his career at the end of it when his knees were just shot.
Funny enough, dude, he lived on Stone Canyon just down the street when I got busted, and he had his own little story about me getting busted. Like, he had dinner, and he said he rolled a joint, and he went to look outside because he's like, I'm old and paranoid. He goes, and I saw a cop go by, and we live on a dead end. He goes, so I stood. He goes, I looked back out. He goes, another cop and another cop. He goes, so I hid my joint. He goes, and then he goes, when the helicopters came over, he goes, I felt so bad for whoever was up the street. And then when I turned on the news, he goes, I almost cried. I was like, wow, dude, you know, because he was like, wow, they're up there for the weed. No, no. Oh, he was cool as shit, man. Talk about meeting a hero, you know, and just feeling like, what a great guy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he was fantastic. I wish he'd come out publicly because he has gotten pulled over with weed and he has made statements that he used it and stuff. People could look it up and read it. I'm not like pulling his panties down or anything, but I was a little disappointed after I met him that he wouldn't, not that after I met him, but after everything that he was still, there's so much bigotry that we're dealing with. And, you know, he was trying to do a lot of work with children and stuff post his NBA career, and he felt like if, you know, he came out pro-pot that it would ruin his ability to do good things in this in the community. And that's so screwed, you know. It's just,
there's that connection with children again. You know, it's always the children, the children, the children. It's like children need cannabinoids. You know, they have an endocannabinoid system the last time I checked.
More than anything, I think the conversation is going to get to a point of vitamins and minerals where, you know, people are realizing that the 20th century was like an endocannabinoid deficient period, and we were all violent and fucking crazy because of it. And you know, and once we start learning the connections that endocannabinoids have to our, you know, basic functions, our biomechanical functions, I believe what's going to really happen is we may someday see, just like we see vitamins and minerals enriched in our bread, we may see CBD or specific cannabinoids that we know does specific things. I don't think that's that far off, to be quite honest.
Hey, welcome, Horatio. That was very exciting seeing your terp champagne this morning. I noticed that you posted that at around like 4 in the fucking morning. Do you sleep at all?
No, and all my posts are at that time. And of course, as soon as I post, I try to go to bed, and then the messages just start. Someone's like, I'll take a bottle of 12. I'm like, there is no 12. What are you talking about? And they're like, yeah, I need that ASAP. And I'm like, oh, God.
Yeah, that was a really cool, I don't know how you did the bottles and whatnot, but that looked pretty fucking cool. I don't know if you guys saw it, but Horatio posted his terp champagne this morning, and he had the bottles and the labels made, and it just looked really cool.
Spent a lot of time on wedding blog decoration sites learning, I guess, another craft of bottle painting. But it was fun, you know, getting my bottles working at around midnight.
Yes. Does Horatio use SodaStream? Horatio, my country and the whole world need your champagne de Terpene. I'm guessing he's French, maybe. Is the
Gonna get the boys at Mothership to blast some, you know, particular sandblasted bottles to
$25,000 bottles that you can sell and the guy will flip for $78,000.
Hey, man.
With no juice in it. With no juice in it, just the bottle.
Yeah.
Move over, Dom Perignon.
Dom Perignon never had a fancy bottle. What's the company that has the fancy hand-painted bottles? There is one. It's a French company.
Grey Goose, right?
No, this is champagne. I can't remember. I don't know why I can't remember, but it's like hand-painted bottles. They're pretty snazzy.
Well, you wouldn't throw out a Mothership bottle, would you?
Not unless you were maybe brain damaged.
No, you have your glassblower boy make a rig out of it or something. Cut the top off and put a rig on the top or something.
To answer the question to people asking about the SodaStream, no, those days are done. I'm now into kegging. So it's all about kegging and bottle guns.
Right.
What happened? Why is it black?
Oh, sorry about that. I'm just having conversations. I'm accidentally muting my friend. Now I'm going to show him in the broadcast. I don't think his camera's working. I did accidentally mute you, Chimera. I can unmute you.
So, Horatio, does it actually build up pressure such that it pops the cork like typical champagne would?
I don't know how to do that yet.
No. So it doesn't like foam up. Like
I'm not gonna try. I've had so many explosions of foam that I'm not trying to do that effect because of the amount of explosions in my life.
Oh,
So-
Brett Maverick just said, I would break my Mothership bottle. Now, for those of you that don't know and why that's funny is because he actually had a Mothership break that he posted on Instagram a while ago. Hey, welcome, Chimera.
What's up?
Good to see you, buddy.
How are you, man?
Fuck, I'm doing good, man. Thank you for coming in and being a new face and spending time in Hash Church.
Yeah, my pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. There's been people asking about you in chat. K-Town Jr. and Taylor. Wow, that person's been like asking me to have you on here for a while. They're very excited to hear you talk today.
What's up, K-Town?
K-Town in the house. Yeah, we have like a chat that's opened in YouTube that you're probably not looking at, but there's like 600 people in there right now. And so I'll just I'll read off little questions that they have every once in a while. But yeah, fucking A, dude.
Cool. What's up, Tony? Long time. Nice meeting the rest of you guys.
Yes, I don't know if Horatio and Mark and Todd know who you are, but geez, I must have met you. I mean, it must have been fucking 20 years ago.
Yeah, it was like 98 or 99. You had the Shar edition of the bags. You came into that shop.
Yeah, then it would have been 99. And was that like the year that you guys had some crazy ice storm too?
Yeah, it could have been. I'm not really great with that kind of.
Because my old man was living in Ottawa. That's why I was out there.
Right.
And he was a big part of helping out in the ice storm. But yeah, that was.
Well, you were down for the Jazz Fest. I thought it was.
I was down for that as well. I'm a multitasker when I make visits.
Sure.
Can't just go to Ottawa and visit my old man. I got to hit Montreal first and go to the Montreal Jazz Festival.
Get your Martin Medeski and Wood on, huh?
Oh my God, yeah. The last time I went, they played with Charlie Hunter, who's an amazing. I don't know if anyone knows who Charlie Hunter is, but if you don't, go check him out. He plays this crazy bass guitar thing where on the top fret, the top strings, I believe the top 3 strings, is a bass, and then the bottom, like 5 or 6 or whatever it is a guitar.
Nice.
And he plays them both simultaneously, and it's the most fucking insane thing to watch. It's fucking
The
awesome.
first show you and I went to together was that Martin Medeski Wood Schofield show.
Yeah.
With Red.
Yeah, that was amazing too. I've seen MMW with a lot of great people. Schofield, probably the best. I mean, they ended up doing the album with him as well. So, man, I miss those guys. They were super real dudes that were easy to hang out with and enjoy and puff with. And then the music obviously was just top notch.
Good stuff.
Yeah, man. So what is Chimera doing these days? You're like kind of like the Snuffleupagus.
Yeah, I am the Snuffleupagus. I'm kind of doing the dual life thing. Not really doing much with the seeds actually right now. I'm working for a research company, so.
Okay.
Doing a lot of terp and genetic and inheritance and all that kind of stuff, all that kind of work.
Beautiful. Going deeper.
Going deeper, ever harder and deeper.
Well, it made me happy the other day to hear Rob mention your name. I was like, oh, Rob just met with him. All right, something's going on.
Yeah, well, I was down at the Emerald Cup, so I was on a panel down there with Rob and that kind of shit. It was good.
How was that panel? What did you guys talk about?
Well, there was a couple. It was the breeders panel. It was a little more undercover though, and then there was the genetics panel. So it was pretty. It was Rob, of course, and Michael Backus, and the three of the 4 top cannabis genome sequencing folks. So it was pretty in depth. John Page from UBC and Anandia Labs, and Mowgli Holmes from Phylos Bioscience is doing the Open Cannabis Project and the Cannabis Evolution Project.
Yeah.
Kevin McKernan from Medicinal Genomics, who was one of the first dudes to get the sequences out the door. So
now that's a fucking panel.
It was pretty heavy, yeah. It was pretty cool.
Fucking rights, man. Well, I do look forward to the day where we can have a group of you guys on here and do a little panel on Hash Church.
Yeah.
You were right. Alec is very hard to get in touch with.
Yeah, I thought it would work out, but man, I'm not surprised that it didn't. I messaged him this morning too and said, "Dude, what the fuck?" But
Hash Church is really chill that way. When it works out, it will.
He's not, he's not like you. He has no kids, so Sunday mornings are not. They're probably a napping time, I would say, for him.
Todd's laughing.
They probably don't exist.
Mark has dragged my Sundays into multimedia fucking nightmarish. I like it though. I love Hash Church. The feedback I get's great, but damn you, Mark. I used to sleep till noon, man. What you doing to me, man?
This is my only day of rest.
Hold on, Tony. Could you say that a little less enthusiastically? One more time.
Impossible.
If possible.
If possible. I should be sleeping.
My only day of rest.
Listen.
Hey, you know what? We might have Rob on a little later too. He's over here at he's down on the other side of the house right now, so probably could drag him on.
The way I look at it though is
a little genetic panel.
Yeah, the way I look at it though is like, none of us are going to a physical church. We're all sleeping in, and now we have a church of hashish and a church of learning. And I don't regret waking up every day and participating and learning with everybody. So it's definitely worth the sacrifice.
You know what? Someone just said something that made a lot of sense in chat there, and it's like they said Tony needs Slee Stack, and I'm like, we all need Slee Stack in the morning. A little Slee Stack rip or some Ghost Train haze or one of those like real
I just broke some Slee Stack seeds.
Nice. What I'm talking about. Slee Stack skunk crossed?
I will tell you, I think it's one of my favorite resin strains. Maybe not the flower itself, but as far as the resin, once I actually got the real deal, it's quite impressive.
Oh, it's phenomenal, dude. The year that they came out with Slee Stack, and then the next year when Sam crossed it with his skunk, it was psychotic, smoking grams of that shit. 99% heads through Sid's 100-year-old Afghani hubbly bubbly at the Legends of Hash, and literally when I hit that might be the single greatest hit I ever took. Really, like grams. Sam was pouring in like a gram or two at a time on top of what was probably about 8 grams of Afghani hash, folded into like a screen with holes in it, and just torched till it was like a coal. It was unbelievable. Good stuff. Anyway, I didn't mean to pause out the group there, but just
you're reminiscing over past hits. It's inevitable, Mark.
Past hits. I was reminiscing over.
So you know how every once in a while I would pull off confessions. We should see what like everyone's confession of their one most historical bowl or hit or resin they've ever had. Is there one that sticks out? Just like you described, with everyone on the panel, do you have one that you just like, man, I remember this?
Then I have to finish mine because the real true experience was 50 of the headiest people that were at the Cannabis Cup that year were in the building. That was the year we brought the TV, and I don't know if it was Sid or who it was, but they brought these videos from the 70s, early 70s, like 1970. And it was in Afghanistan. I'm not sure if it was even the same pipe we were hitting, but it was this old, crazy, fucking like high 8 video that we were watching people stand in line and go, pray to the hubbly bubbly and then hit it and blow these huge clouds out from 1970, while in 2009 or 10 or I can't remember what year it was, we were in Amsterdam hitting these same pipes with the new level of hash. Watching these videos, that to me was pretty magical.
Last year, I think I was at the Cup with you. Was the last year that you didn't have pillows at your booth? People were dropping like flies.
That was crazy back then. How many people were falling?
That was pretty funny times.
That was the year I knocked out Old Ed.
They had to put a disclaimer out with High Times and all events there.
That was 96.
It was brutal.
That was 96.
Crumpled to the ground. I've never felt so bad in all my life, and I don't like knocking people out at all. But a lot of people used to get knocked out back in the early days. Like, it was insane.
Yeah, I just remember you saying, "Would you like to try some hash?"
So I was at the PAX party house, leaning over, I was waiting in line actually to get a hit off Eagle Bill's vaporizer.
He knocked lots of people out.
There was a guy in front of me who is standing there with his friends. His friends would just get hit, and he was like the last of them to get a hit. And he got a hit, and he stood up, and I was waiting for him to move out of the way, and he just fell over. And before I could even help him up, his friends were on the ground, and Eagle Bill looked at me, and he was like, then he was like, another satisfied customer, next!
Exactly. He always had like an awesome thing to say.
I literally leaned over him to get a bomber while he was on the ground. His friends were helping him up.
The year that Martin from Ruhr flew the glassblower Mike Fro to Germany and they blew glass together, it was the first time Martin blew with color. It was his first collaborations. He did a 5 series of pipes, and that pipe I ended up getting #1 of 5, the Mike Fro Martin collab, and I had it at my booth, and I was blazing people down. I have the picture. I should almost open it up because it's fucking hilarious. The guy's standing there, basically takes a rip out of the Fro, and then like passes out, and as he's passing out, Mike Fro is walking by and catches the pipe, keeping it from smashing, and then picks up the fucking guy. And I'm telling you, man, it was funny. I'm going to see if I can find the picture while someone tells their next story of their memorable hit, because it's worth it.
Yeah, let's hear this. Hash Church Confessions, most memorable hits. And you could pick like 3 if you want, if it's really hard, because I'm sure you've got a lot of them. Let's hear it from you, Mark.
I think the one that I remember the most, to tell you the truth, was actually it was induced by a dry spell. Yeah, this was in the summer, early 90s. We were growing in Fort Collins, and we were growing, I think, cuttings from supposedly Sam's skunk #1. So we had a couple little plants going, and I remember, I mean, it was like the magic of that first hit that you take from the weed that you grew for the first time, and you did everything the right way. That was like a hit that I will never, ever be able to live again, because it only happens one time in your life. It's like you grew this plant, and now you're experiencing it after, again, a dry spell, so it basically knocked my tolerance down. So it was something I'll never, ever forget. It was a great one. Skunk #1. 1992, probably like August or something like that.
Awesome. I just showed that picture of Mike Fro, and the dude who passed out had to do it.
Wow, that's classic.
So many fun pass outs at the Cannabis Cup. I could literally remember so many. It's not even funny. That PAX Party House used to get hot too. So you've got people that have not slept, they are not hydrated, they're wicked fucking hot. And they're puffing like maybe more than they should be puffing in those particular conditions.
Todd, what's your most memorable? What's your confession?
Oh, that's rough. I mean, honestly, that one with Eagle Bill always stands out. The kid that passed out in front of me, I felt bad. But he was happy when he got up. I won't lie. He had a big smile on his face. There was another time when old Ed passed out on his birthday in 1996. He turned 80, and everybody brought him everything to Positronics as like gifts to their old mentor. A guy from Morocco came up, gave him a chunk of hash that he said Ed had taught him how to make hash like in the 70s, and the guy had turned his whole life around and just spent half his time in Morocco making hash and half of it selling it in Europe. And it was amazing to see everybody come and give reverence. Sam gave old Ed a 35mm film vial full of just resin heads. I mean, you put them under a microscope and you look, there was not any contaminants. There was nothing. There was just resin heads. And when you pour it in your hand, you could just smush the resin heads. It would literally turn to a goo, and then it would turn literally rock hard. Like if you tapped it on something, it would be hard. If you tried to break it with your fingernail, your fucking fingernail would break. But if you put it in your bowl, it would just melt to nothing. And I loved that stuff. I loved. That's the reason I went out and got all my seed separators. And when I came home, I got all the W.S. Tyler and the Rototap. All that was just to recreate that amazing dry seed.
Not very easy to recreate, though, is it, Todd?
It depends on the strain. You know what? When you have, like, if you have 1 or 2 strains and you're trying to make hash, you may feel like, oh, I suck at this. But if at the time I had 50 different varieties going, and when you're pulling down all these different types of cannabis, they grow trichromes differently, they release trichromes differently, and honestly, some strains super easy, some strains super hard. So honestly, it depends on the plant material that I started with. You know, but a rototap makes it a lot easier. I was also stacking screens between 60 and 150 microns with the 150 with the pod on top and letting it just sit there and vibrate through. And then I would have harvests of different size resin heads in the W.S. Tyler screens. It was awesome. It's still my favorite.
I've never seen 99% come out of a rototap. That's not how, like, Sam did it all those years, that's for sure.
They start their cleanup on mechanical sieve separators, and then they clean up the remainder that they're going to use. It's the creme de la creme.
It could be used as a start, but it's definitely not, like, and I will agree that the strain is so important. Some people might not even be that great at making hash, but have the most amazing strain that, you know, just even at 90% heads, which is doable. You can get 90% heads with some of these techniques, jet sieves and whatnot. They're very expensive machines, though, compared to like a farmer's grade single screen and then using something like the DVD carding static trick or something.
That wasn't around so much, you know, back when I was doing this,
No.
97, I was sitting there playing with that stuff, so no one had come up with that yet. And actually it was really effective. I mean, depends on what size screens you have, and what I noticed was different size harvests of different size resin glands with different plants. I started looking at my plants on a micro level or a macro level because, you know, up until that point I wasn't really able to measure resin glands off of my harvests or see that I had a lot of one and not a lot of another. It's when I just started looking at different plants. You know, Tony, and I asked Rob about resin glands outdoors or indoors. What are bigger? He said outdoors, but they're smaller most of the time, technically. Yeah, because I was like, because my thought when you said it was, is he saying that a plant cannot express itself fully under lights? And that's what I disagreed with. And then when I went and asked Rob, he said, no, usually it's the resin glands on outdoor plants are smaller than they'd be if the plants were grown indoors or in a greenhouse. So just for clarity, because, you know, I always try to get clarity.
Well, yeah, my point on that conversation, which we never got to, was when I'm pulling terpenes off of indoor versus outdoor plants, for whatever it's worth, I'm seeing more volume in outdoor sun-grown resin than I am from indoor from the same strain.
Definitely.
So that means the volume of heads or the terpene content in the heads has to be more. So that was where I was getting my theory from.
Might be strain specific, you know, like I was saying when I was doing all the stuff at the castle, you know, and I had 50 varieties going, some things would express themselves totally different than other plants, and it wasn't so much being able to generalize cannabis will do X, it's like this variety of cannabis will do this variety will do this, if that makes more sense to me at least.
Well, that I agree 100% with.
Yeah, and the great thing about having the genome project that they're talking about putting in place is that when you look at any stresses that the plant undergoes during its lifetime, you can look to see at the genetic level at which gene is responsible for different functions in the plant that result in some type of trait in the plant, whether it's you know, drought tolerance or something in the plant that, again, you would not be able to expect, but you can look at any individual stress as a way of looking at how the individual enzymes are expressed in a different way as a function of that stress. And those stresses are always going to result in very different makeups in different strains that, you know, we'll be able to understand once we have the gene completely mapped out.
Yeah, we are a long way from there with the genomics still at this point in time. They're really doing basic sequencing, and I mean, it's advanced modern techniques, but it's not high depth, and it's definitely not tied to even chemotypes. let alone like any traits. Most of the companies that are doing it right now are specifically genetics companies. They don't have the ability to grow plants and start tying correlations to gene data, from gene data to phenotype data or chemotype data. And so theoretically all that's possible, but it's not. We're not there yet.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, it's possible in the every other plant other than cannabis, and so I guess what I'm doing is seeing that hole and trying to say, hey, look what's on the other side, you know,
For
trying
sure.
to lead everyone through that. And absolutely, I totally agree, it's not there. But in rice, that's known, and in corn, that's
all major
known.
egg crops are there, but I mean, you got to remember too,
Absolutely.
those things haven't been severely restricted by the government and research for 100 years. So when
Right.
the government finally gets off their ass and opens it up a little bit, allows researchers to start touching, maybe even growing the plant, then they're going to get somewhere. Phylos is, you know, as different states are changing, and I'm not going to talk about their private information, but, you know, these states that have legalization now have these genomics companies have abilities to work with growers doing research in some of that regard. So it's all coming. I mean, it's definitely all coming. When Page and McKernan, John Page and Kevin McKernan separately both sequenced the genome, or different genomes, I should say, it opened the door. So all of it's coming, you know. But even the reference genome, there's some problems with the way these companies do sequencing now. Is they amplify many copies of very small segments of DNA, maybe 100 bases long, and then they have computers that essentially read them, and they figure out the overlapping sequences by like digital means. The sequences are digital, so they throw off data files, and you can have computers just, you know, sort through the data and start putting together pieces of the same. But what happens in cannabis? There's it's a really complex species, and there's all these gene duplications. So you have one gene at one point in time, and it splits and becomes two genes on the chromosome that are very close together, and they have a lot of the same sequence. And the DNA readers, the DNA compilers, have a hard time with those. So
would having the terpene data of the strain with the leaf and being able to do that indoor, outdoor help in this process, or do you think terpenes aren't really prevalent in what is going on with genome mapping?
So the terps are not quite there. John Page, he did some work in Germany a bunch of years ago. I think it was for his postdoc or his PhD, and they actually found the first two terpene synthases in cannabis. He found pinene, alpha-pinene synthase, and limonene synthase, depending on how you say it. And I think he's currently undertaking some pretty interesting work. I think that's going to be one of the first stories to be told with the genome data that we have. The cannabinoid story is partly told, but it's very, very, very complex, and it'll come soon enough. On the leaf, Tony, you're talking, leaves aren't really good for expression. You got to remember, when you're doing different tissues, you're talking about expression, okay? So what you want to have as expression data is the genes that are turned on, because every cell has the complete genome sequence of the whole plant, right? Like theoretically, you could take any cell in the plant and figure out the whole genome.
It's like the holographic universe.
Yeah, it's all the potential that exists, right? But like what's actually there is a different question. So, like for example, when they were trying to figure out what the putative genes involved in the cannabinoid synthase pathway, they essentially took bubble bags, they screened a bunch of resin, and then they extracted the DNA from the resin, and then they sequenced that, and you can figure out, because at that point in time you're only looking at the genes that are on in the they look at mRNA. So at that point in time you're looking at the genes that are expressed in the resin gland.
So are those known?
Sorry?
Are those genes known?
For which? For
the cannabinoid synthase enzyme?
Yeah, absolutely.
So if those genes are known, this is what I was sort of referring to before, which is that if you look at any different, which actually plays into what Tony is talking about, which is looking at a trait or an output on the plant, if those sequences are known, or I'm sorry, if those genes are known, can't those genes be looked at in an induced response panel where you're looking at whether or not those genes are actually upregulated or downregulated as a function of some type of environmental insult or some type of stress to the plant?
They've actually even done that already with the cannabinoid syntheses. So, you know, you understand a little bit how genes work. They're activated, they're transcribed, they're turned into mRNA, and those mRNAs become proteins. So if you measure the mRNA, you're only measuring the genes that are turned on, and like you were saying, you can measure the levels that they're turned on in some cases.
Right.
A little bit of work with that. There's a group out of Holland that used some Verzura varieties that had CBD and different levels of cannabis, and they realized that also GW guy, Etienne, who's an excellent, very talented breeder and researcher, they also did a little bit of work with this, where they sequenced specific cannabinoid synthase genes and monitor their expression. And expression doesn't, so you have the gene, and then you have expression, and then you have the enzyme, and the enzyme then leads to a specific cannabinoid level, right? So you can have, the gene is always static, it's always there in a constant amount, but expression can be turned on or off, right? Your next step is your protein, and we don't necessarily know if there's any, like, it's probably not, I think that's wrong, but we don't really know how that level of expression ties into the total level of cannabis in the plant, or terps, right? Because it's not just about the synthase gene, it's about the precursors. And a lot of cannabis and terps, they share precursors.
So upregulation of that enzyme doesn't necessarily result in like you couldn't say increase CBD in a strain that's typically giving more THC by somehow upregulating the expression of that, because it's the bifurcation in the pathway, right? So it starts with.
So if you check, I'll send you a paper, Mark, if we get contact information from Mark, but it essentially says that the mRNA levels, the expression levels, weren't tied to the end phenotype, so it wasn't tied to high or low THC necessarily.
Right. So doesn't that indirectly implicates the answer to Tony's question, which is that it doesn't necessarily impact the level of phytochemical in the trichome?
No, it doesn't, because there's a whole bunch of other factors involved, right? There, you know how these biological pathways work. There's all this pleiotropy. Like you change one gene way upstream of any pathway, and you're changing everything then that comes downstream of it, right? Or at least the product. So
and wouldn't you want the pre-hormone and post-hormonal stages of the leaves, though, as data, like collecting the big ones, the close ones, the ones right next to the flowers in pre, post?
Yeah, you just saying that, you tell me that you know something about, expression. I mean, we can all see that in the plant. When you look at, your cola, you've got your flowers on top and the subtending leaflet coming out, and as you move farther away from the plant, you have less resin, right? So that's that's not a mistake. That's a difference in genetic signal that's going on at that point in time in the leaf. And I don't know, you've probably noticed also that, on some varieties, like cookies, for example, you get these final subtending leaflets that aren't serrated, they're round, okay? And a lot of times they're round and they curve, like they fold, they kind of taco up, right? And if you think about what a flower is by definition a leaf, a leaf that's changed for a sexual reproductive function. Okay, so if you look at that cupped leaf, it's almost a bract, right? So it's like that leaf part is still getting a little bit of a genetic signal that's telling it to flower, and those leaves are actually they're highly resinous, right? So. And also on one side of the leaf more than the other, and that's really characteristic of a calyx or a bract, right? So you should check out John Page's first publication, because they did that. They sequenced the Purple Kush variety from Vancouver, British Columbia, Vancouver, and then they also sequenced Panola, but they actually did leaves, flowers, and roots. and they looked at the different genes that are turned on, right?
You
But
say
again,
Finola?
I'm sorry?
You say Finola?
Yeah, because
Oh.
John Page is in Canada, so he has access to, you know,
That's the hemp company, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Finola is a Jace Calloway strain, I think, that Skunkman Sam helped him breed.
Mm-hmm.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it's originally actually two land races from the Vavilov Institute.
Okay, there you go.
Here's a little piece of trivia for you, Bubbleman. Thin is 314, right? That's the catalog number.
Mm-hmm.
The two varieties that Sam got from Vavilov were 313 and 315. So when he crossed them together, he called it 314. And Jace took those seeds off to Finland, so there's the Finola for you.
We grew mostly the Ukrainian seed, the Zolotonosha 11, 13, 15.
Yeah. Did you do USO 31, Mark?
No.
That's a really popular one in Canada now, actually worldwide, because it's got a mutated CBD allele.
Mm.
So what happens is it ends up backing up a lot of CBG.
Interesting.
And it also has an allele for a knockout that actually shuts off the cannabinoids, so for chemotype 5 plants.
Hmm. And what, yeah, no, that they might very well, my partners may be using that now. I just, my old partners, I left a long time ago from that scene, so.
Yeah, the wonderful world of hemp. Here's a weird fact that the genomics guys told me at the Cup. They're saying that the hemp varieties are much less genetically diverse than the drug varieties.
Really?
Yeah, which is kind of weird.
I got a good guy to talk about that. But you know what? I'm making photos. Here.
Oh, I thought he was denied. I like the shirt.
But I'm not sure I'm gonna work this. Mama.
Morning, Rob.
Hey, ask that. Say that again. The hemp diversity wasn't as great as the cannabis marijuana diversity. Is what
I
you just said.
overheard that.
What do you think? Have you ever grown hemp, Rob? Ever grown hemp? You've seen hemp, right? They've used it in textiles. You'd love the textiles. You really would. You'd go crazy
Really,
over
they're
it.
nice.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah, that's what all these studies have shown, actually. Starting with Hillig's work with the alzymes and terpenes. And yeah, it's obviously seems to be the hemp gene pool, the European hemp gene pool, not all hemp, but European hemp gene pool, narrow-leaf hemp varieties. They seem to be quite narrow. Even when you look at escaped and wild, possibly wild ones, it's a smaller area. Maybe the varieties spread faster. The early founding gene pools spread faster across Europe. Western and Eastern Europe's pretty geographically homogeneous compared to Asia, at least. So.
Didn't you say too that a lot of the hemp varieties had very like they had founder events with just a couple of plants made?
Yeah, that's been more in the modern breeding of them. Fibramone was used as the monoecious parent. A lot of the breeding that was done in Europe since the 1970s and right up till today is done with monoecious breeding, so they can inbreed lines to lower the THC content because they're dreadfully afraid of THC. So yeah, they have to keep it below 0.2% now, and that's the easiest way to do it is to inbreed. So
right.
Fibramone was the one, and it basically has gone through all of German and French and other varieties, and anything monoecious pretty much, except for a couple of Hungarian ones, had Fibramone in it.
So is there, obviously, I'm trying to say, is there a lesson there for drug cannabis breeders?
Of course. It was the male parent. It's a monoecious plant, okay, but they use it for the male parent, the pollen parent. And yeah, the analogy today is seed companies that run with just one or two males to pollinate all their females, which they call different varieties based on the name of the female. But who's your daddy? I mean, that's what it's really down to.
Well, it's also who's your mommy. I mean, in many districts, you know, there's a very few plants that are the progenitors for everything. I mean, how many companies have an OG Kush, right?
Right.
We're
Exactly.
making when we do these things and everybody starts using the same plants, there's a cost because that's called a founder effect, right? So you get all the good genes from that plant, but you also get all the bad genes from that plant. And like you were saying on the panel, when everybody starts growing clones, not planting seeds anymore, we lose all that diversity.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's I visited a few cutting operations on this last trip, and yeah, they try to have a lot of diversity, but you can see that the market drives it already. People come in and order what they want for the next year, and if your garden center doesn't have what you want, you go to a different garden center.
Exactly.
Let me ask you this though, and when we talk about diversity, and when I got to Amsterdam and I noticed plants that were over 10 weeks, NL5 haze was the rage when I got there in 94, 95, and that was at the edge of different, if you would. But how genetically different can these be when they all fucking flower in the same 8, 9, 10 week at most period? I mean, wouldn't different diversity be weeks flowering, plants that flower 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 now?
Well, that's one trait that we've selected against largely. I mean, plants that take twice as long to mature earn half as much per meter.
Yeah.
That's what we're down to. So
for me, the same point comes back again. It's like it's market driven. In that case, the market is the grower. Right? Grower doesn't want a 16-week variety. Grower wants an 8-week variety.
Exactly.
Well, though, I want to say this, that, up to a point where we were all clandestine growers, and that, if we could do, sorry about that, if we could do 6 in a room, let me kill that, it's Kenny. If we could do 6 in a row, then it's a little different than if we could do, 3. But now that we're not afraid to set up perpetual flowering systems, and we could put, a plant in each week, and then at the end of 16 weeks be harvesting a plant every week for the rest of our life, it changes the way that we can grow cannabis now. So I think that, I feel as if, as a grower, we've only been playing with the first 8 colors in a Crayola crayon box of 16. And all these other crayons, are now becoming available. And it was just because people didn't want to wait as long. They didn't want to learn how to deal with fertilizers past, organic decomposition. It was more tricky to grow 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 weeks. And people weren't there for that. They were trying to make money. And now that it's changing and they want a competitive advantage in the market, I think we may start seeing these other colors. What do you guys think of that?
I agree. I mean, it's going to happen. But here, check this out. In Canada, we have this medical marijuana system that was patient-driven, patient-focused, but patient production, and now we've gone to a commercial system, okay? And one of the government's reasoning, which they're obviously full of shit, but one of the government's reasoning was that it would increase diversity in the marketplace. The marketplace would essentially allow for a greater variation for patients. And I just read an article the other day. Tweed has gone down to 4 production values from the 30 or whatever they had because they figured out that it's, they probably figured out it's not so easy to grow some plants compared to others. Some just produce more. They have less problems with mold and, all that kind of stuff. So they've gone down to their few, beefsteak type varieties, I'm assuming. And, yeah. We got to be careful as we move forward, I think, because we're going to repeat a lot of these same problems from the past.
Yeah, we're relying on some incredible things that have happened relatively recently. One's the combining of the Afghan gene pool with all the stuff that was here before it, all the other drug varieties, the narrow leaf drug varieties descended from India originally. And that fusion of those 2 previously isolated gene pools has given this incredible hybrid vigor that we're still riding on because the diversity of especially the narrow leaf drug gene pool was huge. The Afghan diversity, I think we're going to find out, is considerably smaller. But between the 2 of them, it's just amazing what's happened. And it's been shown in the cannabinoid levels, the terpene levels, and just the number of glands that modern varieties produce.
Rob, was cannabis in the 50s and 60s, the stuff coming from Vietnam and Laos and Jamaica and Michoacan, Acapulco Gold, all that stuff didn't have the Afghan in it.
None of it.
So was cannabis a different vibe in the 60s? And it wasn't the potency per se, but the way the cannabinoids made up. I mean, was it, because I smoke some of the stuff that's tropical and I get motivated and, but the Afghan stuff does kind of, make me want to go sit in the hot tub. So was there a change in the energy of cannabis in the 70s when Afghan was introduced into all these tropical varieties?
Absolutely. I mean, it improved the economic traits of Sinsemilla, but in some ways, it also brought us bad ones. You know,
Couch lock?
Well, couch lock and mold susceptibility. But
High Times had an article, or they had a cover back then that said ban the bud, didn't they? It was the ban the bud issue. Thought that somewhere along the way. My question is, I have a theory that those plants were probably the plants that injected myrcene into everything. Yeah. I highly suspect that all the varieties, like the Colombians, the Mexicans, all that kind of stuff, was likely limonene dominant, but it was probably not myrcene dominant. For those of you that haven't done the terpene challenge with Mr. Skunkman, where you essentially smoke a bunch of high THC with terps in it, that myrcene and limonene are two terps that really alter the effects of THC, or they enhance the effects of THC. And myrcene kind of brings you down. So I'm assuming that, well, a theory is that the Afghan might be the injector of all that myrcene into the plant, because a lot of if you start pumping up myrcene in the plant, you actually increase your overall terps. Like, that's one way that you can increase overall terps. I've seen terpene profiles where, for example, limonene and beta-caryophyllene and pinene, and they all stay the same, but myrcene either comes in doses, either high, medium, or low. And when you take out the myrcene, you vary the total oil content of the plant, right? And so I think that what was happening is these hash makers who were selecting, you know, on a population basis, because there was all this open pollination, and then they'd select the few good plants for next year's planting that's where the most resin is, and that's probably what led to the high myrcene, is that they were naturally just by, you know, and that's what we do with selection. We start selecting traits. When we're looking for something like high resin, you just pump up the resin, and you don't necessarily increase the overall terp levels. You might do it by increasing only some terp levels, specific terps.
Well, like certain terps are insect repellents, you know.
Exactly. But this essentially comes back to that whole thing with the land-based varieties we were essentially talking about. It'd be really nice to be able to have some of these things they're collecting for the Phylos open source project, the old ancient seeds, and actually do grow them and see what kind of variance is in the gene pools. Because that's one thing that I love Hillig's work, but one thing that disappointed me about it is they only had a few plants from each variety, and on that they were making these chemotaxic, you know, generalizations. And I think really if you looked at like 100 or 500, that you'd probably see all the variation that you see. Well, not all the variation with the isozymes, but at least in the terps, you'd see that terp, like hidden terps in populations, or hidden classes of terpenes in populations coming out. And I think my personal belief is that's what comes from the environment. The environment or the grower selection pulls out the traits that they want to see, like Tony was saying, for insect repellent. You know, maybe a specific terp is anti-herbivory, so the insects don't want to eat it as much. This is something I saw in Morocco all the time. You'd see one plant that was just infested with bugs, and everything else had almost nothing on it, right? And because cannabis is an outcrosser, the males of the species are constantly throwing out all the genetic combinations. Everything that's hidden in the gene pool is still there. It doesn't get purged out, right? And that you know, this is one of the things about outcrossing species like humans or cannabis, right? You have to have sex with a different individual so that you can propagate, right? So you can have progeny. And what happens is all the bad traits or the different traits that are hidden in the genome, they're recessive, they just get carried around like luggage, right? Even though they might not, they're only rarely expressed, okay? Because you rarely get two of these very rare alleles. But when they do, you get a new phenotype that can be selected on by the environment, right? And so if you had a population that was growing in any environment and one type of bug comes by and eats all the crop except for 3 plants because they had a terpene combination that the bugs didn't like the taste of, then those 3 plants leave their genetic contribution to the next generation, okay? And then that really changes the balance of those genes in the population. But that's one of the things about cannabis, is it keeps these genetic messages from the past hanging around until they can be brought out. And the way that you do bring them out is through selfing, okay? And then we get into this whole diversity topic that we were talking about earlier. So, you know, when you're breeding, it's a balance of the two. You have to select and inbreed, but remember that the natural state of cannabis is outcrossing. So you want to inbreed and stabilize in order to outcross and reestablish that variation.
Hold on, let me. Did you just do it, Mark? Yeah, you did. My question was this: is that, you know, when I first went over there was like Simon from Serious Seeds. He was taking a 16-week female and crossing it with an 8-week male. They were very different genetics, you know, and getting real good hybrid vigor. Are we losing any of that hybrid vigor because the males and females we're mixing together are closer in genetic composition than, say, like NL5 by Hayes or Cali Mist? Either of you guys, I'd love to hear what you have to say.
Well, a lot of these unique combinations can still pop up, like Chimera is saying, but generally the genes lose frequency. They don't disappear entirely, but they become harder and harder to pair up again to get expression of whatever that trait is. So it's not that they're gone forever, but that's not something we can rely on, because it becomes statistically improbable that you're ever going to be able to bring some of these together again. Yeah, and that's just two traits, or, you know, two alleles. So it's
not are they not there, it's just they're hard to find.
Yeah, very hard to find. And selfie, of course, allows you to do what cannabis doesn't do naturally, which is inbreed. And then, of course, you've inbred lots of other traits along with it, and then you have another slew of problems. But I want people to realize that the diversity we're seeing in these projects now is still going to be a microcosm of what the cannabis genus diversity is. So all these projects, Phylos and Nolan Ryan's lab stuff that was just published, everything is Sinsemilla. Everything is a hybrid between narrow leaf drug and broadleaf drug types in varying proportions, and as indicated by the names largely, and things like this, like we discussed last week. But that diversity is only 2 of the 4 major gene pools, if you want to look at our hypothesis that we're going to challenge here. You look at these projects, they won. Nolan Ryan's research had 1 Chinese hemp variety. That's 1 representative of the broadleaf hemp gene pool, which is immense.
Yeah, and it was
all of Eastern Asia. You know.
Was it 1 plant, or when you say 1 sample variety, was it an individual?
It was just an individual from one variety of Chinese landrace. I mean,
right. And this is the same thing.
It'll improve, but you can't say that there's no diversity when you don't look at a bunch of diverse things.
Well, this is what I said to both Mowgli and John and Kevin, or each of them, was that, you know, we're looking at individuals all over. Sure, we're looking at all over the United States. We're collecting samples in Boston. We're collecting samples in, you know, Vancouver and Washington and California. But you're still looking at single clones from all these families, and nobody's even looked at a family. Like, why don't we look at a family, right? Let's look at 1 plant and measure the variation in that variety, and then when we have a scale, you know. So Mowgli and I were talking about maybe cracking into that project, but yeah, that's another thing, guys. All you guys, you're leaders in the industry. You're killing me using the word strains. You've got to stop saying strains. Strains is botanically incorrect. It's not proper. We don't use strains for plants. We use strains for bacteria. So if you're talking like E. coli, you know, HO157 or whatever it is, that's a strain. It's a specific clonal propagation. Every single individual in that family has a given set of traits. But when you start looking at a seed variety, it's not a strain. It's a variety or a cultivar. So let's try to start using these words, please.
It's nice to see a Canadian weigh in on that side.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things like sativa and indica. You know what I mean? We all start using it. We learn the wrong thing, and then it becomes ingrained in our vernacular, but it's wrong. So as leaders of the industry, we need to set a better example.
Well, I have a good one for you, Chimera. I saw a guy post on Facebook about a month ago, and he said, "Can we please stop using the word strand? It's strain, not strand. I don't know why you fucking guys." And all I did was write in there. I was like, I think it's cultivar, but what do I know?
Well, it's specific, really. Variety. You can't. A variety is a seed population that you grow it, and the seeds reproduce the traits that describe the variety. So a variety isn't just something called Blue Dream or OG Kush. It's like when you breed a set of seeds and they all have a specific set of traits that you describe, terpinolene dominant with this much myrcene and leaflets that are this big and the yield is this much and all the plants look the same. That's a variety, okay? But a plant that you grow and you make seeds from, it's not a variety if it doesn't reproduce the seeds. So I guess the other ones are cultivar, but we really maybe should define these things. I think Small gets into it a little bit in his 106-page recent thesis, Rob.
Hey, I'm going to ask you to send me some links to, you mentioned a genome paper earlier, now you just mentioned that. Anything like that, I would love to be able to link into the Hash Church Facebook group. I know you don't use Facebook, but I do. Anything that's available that people can see.
Sure. There's one. Do you know Ernest Small? Do you know of Ernest Small?
No.
He's the guy that in Canada grew all those varieties in Ottawa in the experimental farm in like the late 60s and early 70s. So he's like a long-term cannabis researcher, and he's the guy that came up with that 0.3% thing. Okay.
Oh, really?
Well, he said there seems to be a difference here, and then the law got the legal people decided that was the variety difference. So, but he did a paper recently, Mark, that would really interest you guys, you Hash Church guys. He came up with what did they do? He came up with a formula that you could measure the resin size of the gland, okay, in the plant, and then you could essentially put a chronometer on how old the bud was. So he looked samples from like 40 years old. Anyway, there's this huge long equation to like calculate the size of a resin gland.
Wow. So how much it shrinks in age?
Yeah, that's what they measured. That it does shrink in age. Like the waxy pillow is essentially deflating, right? And you're losing your terps.
Yeah.
And the cannabis are changing into other molecules and all that kind of shit. They looked at like 40-year-old varieties that they grew in the 70s in Canada.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah. Yeah, the research we do, I don't know how that's relevant or how you'd be able to use that info, but
that's why I always say, is it a grape or a raisin that we're starting with?
Right.
I've been known to say that myself.
Yeah, it's a good one. I heard Sam say that the other day. I'd never heard you guys say that, but
I think I got it from Sam years ago for sure, because he was just, when we photographed it, it changed everything, because you can look at it under a microscope, it's one thing, but then the photograph allows everyone to look at it under the microscope, right? You can all look at it, and that's when we were noticing the ridges. He was like, yeah, once they're, you don't want to dry sift fully bloomed out heads. You want them like little raisins. I was just like, wow, all right. Point.
Yeah, I know you're all into the macro. I mean, it teaches you a lot for sure when you start looking at things up close, Yeah,
well, like Todd mentioned, it's very different when you look at things that close. When you get under the macro and you start paying attention to the plant in this different almost modality, really, it shows you things that rearrange the importance of how you grow the plant. You just want to meet. I personally learned more and more as I was growing that I wanted to focus mostly on the resin because that's what I was growing for. I wasn't growing. I learned it as a hemp farmer as well, or a hemp, when we did our hemp crops in Manitoba, we knew that if we wanted to plant for seed, it was one way. If we wanted to plant for fiber, it was another way. And there was different ways and different strains cultivars or varieties that we could grow in the hemp world depending on what we were growing for. So it makes sense that that you would do the same thing with your resin.
Yeah. So you wanted to talk about some stuff last week about the Emerald Cup and this microbial and the pesticide testing, right?
Yes.
I think it's a good time for a conversation with that. Rob, you're here, and Unfortunately, Alec is not here. You guy, you should have showed up, but whatever. Maybe in the future we'll get you on. So you guys were talking about how the microbial testing is done in these tests, right? And pesticide testing. So pesticide is typically done by GC. Now you got to remember, in the context of the Emerald Cup, it's supposed to be a sun-grown, organic Northern Cal competition. So those of you guys that got busted spraying pesticides on your plant, I think pretty much deserve a big fuck you. Not cool to be entering poison-sprayed plants into the competition. That's supposed to be organic and medical. Not cool. But the microbials, I think they use essentially a broth technique, something that 3M developed. It's called Petri film. But essentially, most of these tests, what they do, and I think the Canadian system is the same way, what they do is you take a bud, you grind it up, you put it in a broth, like an agar type of medium with nutrients and hormones and sugars, and then anything that's contaminating the flower, anything that's alive or fungal spores or what have you, can start to grow, and then you can select the colonies and test it and grow it and figure out what it is. Or you can just measure, that it exists above a certain level. They call CFUs, or colony forming units. And what the government does, or whoever the regulating body does, is they set a threshold, and you're either over or above or below. And I think that's how SC did their testing. It's too bad Alec's not here to tell us exactly. Kevin McKernan from Medicinal Genomics has come up with a really cool test. So you can consider when you're doing a DNA extraction from a plant, you extract all the DNA out of the plant, but you're also extracting the DNA of any plant that lives on, or any organism. You're essentially extracting any DNA that's there. So you're also extracting DNA from any organism that is living on the plant or had lived on the plant. So he's come up with a DNA waste of identifying which microorganisms are living on the plant. And this kind of comes to the topic of, do you really want a sterile plant? Like, are there good bacteria and fungus, fungal associations with the flower that naturally occur on cannabis that aren't necessarily bad for you, right? Like, the example that comes to mind is mycorrhizae in your soil, mycos people call it, or whatever you're using. And that's essentially a fungal association with the plant. That the plant and the fungus kind of they co-live. They're symbiotic to each other. The plant provides nutrients to the fungus, and the fungus is able to colonize the soil better than the soil roots can, and they can reach in and get those nutrients and put them into the plant. And maybe some of these things are happening on the flower too. So McKernan, what they did is they took flowers they were getting at dispensaries or whoever else, and they would extract all the DNA, and because the DNA is digital, you can say, okay, here's one complete cannabis genome with only cannabis in it, and then what they do is they subtract all those DNA sequences from their pool of DNA. Okay, so essentially you have your total DNA, and you subtract everything that's cannabis, and then what you're left over with is the DNA of the microbiome, the living organisms that live with the plant. Or are on the plant, essentially, or on that bud sample, right? And then they can sequence those sequences and figure out what species they are. And this is a way you can very specifically detect organisms. You can't just say, oh, it's a mold. There's mold on the plant. You can say, it's it's Aspergillus, right? So Aspergillus is filamentous mold. It's something that's really bad. You shouldn't be smoking it. You can get spores in your lungs, and if you're immunocompromised, you can die. Right, these mold spores can grow and it'll kill you. They also produce a compound that are known as aflatoxins, and aflatoxins are carcinogenic. You don't want to be smoking it. So, for example, if you find a sample that produces the DNA from Aspergillus, out the window it should go. It should never be allowed to be sold on the market. And so it's a really cool test that he's designed, and it essentially allows you to use genomics to identify the specific bugs that are on your flower, or if there are bugs, and figure out which ones are harmful and which ones are maybe not so bad for you.
So if some are having a symbiotic relationship with these plants, some of these species, then it would suggest that not all of them are bad. Correct?
Yeah, well, so I can't remember the name of the product, but it's, maybe Rob can tell me. It's essentially Bacillus subtilis. It's a bacterial fungicide. You spray it on the plant, and this bacteria kind of grows all over the leaves. And when a spore, powdery mildew spore or something, or botrytis lands on your plant, the plant's already colonized by this other bacteria. So that bacteria kind of outcompetes the spore. And in the Canadian system, the MMPR, they've regulated what chemicals can be sprayed on the plant and what can't. And I think there's like 7, or last time I saw the list, there was like 7. I think 5 of them were they're bacteria. So you're gonna, if it's on the plant, you're gonna detect it. But the question is it bad for you, right?
Yeah, so in the U.S. that's regulated under FIFRA by the EPA, and the EPA will regulate that as what's called a biopesticide. And there's a lot of different, bacterial treatments like Bacillus, but there's also other things. BT corn is one of them. These are again exogenous, organisms that are somehow brought in to basically do integrated pest management on the industrial scale, and so they're regulated as what are called biopesticides.
Right. I think it was actually Serenade was the one I was talking about. So.
Yeah, they usually have a reduced risk, and typically reduced risk, and because it's biological and it's not chemical, but that's not always, I guess, the case in terms of risk.
No, well, exactly, and that's why it's important to know. And it comes back to this organic outdoor competition where people are showing up with flowers that are contaminated with pesticides, and that's one of the things that needs to be taken care of under regulation. You can't, everybody's so invested in their crops turning out well, and you see guys up in Northern California, and not just there, all over the world, Holland and Canada, British Columbia. When it comes down to a grower going to lose his crop, they'll spray it with chemicals. They don't know the people that are smoking it, and it's going to be one of the good things about regulation, that people shouldn't be smoking chemicals. Shouldn't be smoking stuff that you don't know,
Well, just the crop protection chemicals that are used to protect food crops like corn and soy are just not appropriate for use in cannabis or something that's going to essentially be harvested for its content that's going to be a waxy trichome. Those trichomes are going to absorb any type of chemical that basically they come in contact with. And I don't know that there's, again, like you said, that they're following this by GC. A lot of these pesticides, again, what makes a pesticide use today is not just a chemical that kills bugs. It's really a chemical that has a really safe profile at the use rate that it can be used effectively to control whatever pest that's being applied to the produce. And as I've pointed out, most produce is intention to be washed, and a lot of that washing typically would take care of most residue, although again you could look at any produce and probably at some level find some trace contaminant in there. But the question really becomes with cannabis is that there hasn't been crop protection molecules designed to basically protect cannabis from the pests, and because it's again an oil-bearing plant, it's just going to require a different regimen than what's typically used, especially because it's not being washed and it's just being consumed directly without any kind of remediation of any treatment that it's seen during its lifetime.
Yeah. The government doesn't let you test the crop, grow the crop, do any studies on the crop. No science is there. Then they say there's no science. And it'll come. All that stuff's going to come. We're going to learn about so much stuff in the next 5-10 years, even now that we're seeing legalization in these various districts around North America. And South America too, for that matter. So, you got to do the studies. You can't know without looking into it, right?
I got a question. Would the use of UVC light damage the DNA they're testing for in those molds? Because I know it's like standard production practice in a lot of floral industries to highly use that UVC to kill, well, basically destroy the DNA of microbes.
Yeah, it
So
doesn't.
with that,
It doesn't destroy the DNA. It causes breaks. Okay, and DNA breaks are enough to kill the organism, but the DNA is still there. So when DNA gets destroyed, either naturally, like through the organism dying naturally, or whatever, it gets chopped up into little pieces, and some storage conditions are going to keep longer pieces. But with the current DNA sequencing, a broken piece of DNA doesn't matter. In fact, it's part of the process. They break up the DNA and sequence small pieces. It's still there.
okay, because the UVC test has been used to kind of cheat because it'll kill microbes, so there's skeletons everywhere, but there's no evidence because of the type of testing they're using.
Right.
So that DNA would beat it, basically catch them.
Yeah, so that's what comes back to that broth test we were talking about earlier, the 3M film or the biolumics machines that some of the labs are using. And they're life-based tests. It's dip your bud, does bacteria or fungi grow in the culture, okay? So if you used UVC, like you're saying, it causes DNA breaks in the plant or in the organism, the contaminant, the microbe, and stops it from growing. So you're right. That's not a good way to do it. It's a fail of the test. Put it that way.
What's the accuracy of that 3M test? Do you know?
I don't know the 3M test. I know the biolumics is like a 2-stage one. We were using it in our lab for a while, and it's
Right.
It has a lot of pulse. It has a lot of pass fails, and it's like it works, but it kind of the medicinal genomics test.
Right.
I think I'm partial to DNA. I think it's a cool topic, but
So these failures at the cup were all based on this 3M test, this 3M based test?
it's like anything, Mark. It's like you always, you read a paper, you have to question how did they do, what were the methods? So
Well, again, my question is what's the failure rate? And when they get a positive, do they go back and do they retest to make sure that it wasn't a false positive? Because again, if there's a lot of noise as to what's a winner and loser from that test, it's a crapshoot whether or not your stuff is really contaminated or not, isn't it?
well, it's not. Yeah, yeah.
I think that was the issue, Marcus, that we brought up on Hash Church, was we wanted clarity from the guy at SC Labs on the process by, if the stuff is handled in the right way. I mean, could it be the laboratory is the source of the contamination since all these samples are coming back so hot? So I'm just
Well, look, any results are as good as the test. You always have to evaluate your lab, and we're not talking. I mean, in this case, we're talking about SC Labs, okay? But in the context of cannabis on the market, which is really the greater question, we don't really care about these samples. I mean, it's interesting, but the topic is how much hash is contaminated, how much weed is contaminated on the market, right?
Yeah.
And so any test is only as good as the lab, right? And so labs have to be validated, and labs have to be ring tested against each other to see who's right and who's accurate. And you're always limited. You're always limited by the one guy's using biolumics, one guy's using the petri dish, some other guys are using this DNA-based method, right? So to say, oh, pass or fail, and look, that's why I tried to get Alec to come on the show, and I don't want to speak for SC. I wanted them to come on and say this.
He doesn't want to take the heat, right?
It's not the heat. It's not my fault. It's the heat falls on the growers, right?
Exactly. But the question is again, when you look at like all of these hash samples, I guess, Marcus, it was the dry sift category that uniformly had failures for what's typically not seen.
It got changed. They were all failed, and then they weren't all failed. I think quite a few still failed, maybe 4 out of the 7 or 8, but
okay.
It was like 90% before.
So
Right.
check it out. One of the things that they were doing at the cup, at least for the flowers, was the top 10 flowers. We're going to have their McKernan was going to sequence the DNA of the plant, the genome of the plant, okay, or the bud. I don't know if SC still has pieces of the samples from the hash, but theoretically, we could get them to send to Kevin McKernan, and I'm sure they'd do it. I know them both. So
Is that a very expensive test, and does it take a quick turnaround? I mean, could they tell like pretty quickly whether or not the sample is contaminated or not?
well, the sequencing.
Yeah, how quick is the turnaround on the test?
I mean, no, sequencing's fast. It's like the new next generation sequencing is not that complicated. I don't know the exact cost. It's probably less than $50. I'm sure it's even much less than that.
Right, so a $50 test that can basically tell whether or not these samples are really contaminated or not can
Well,
basically...
you can tell. You can tell if there's DNA from another organism in it. You can identify specific sequences, and when you do that, you obviously have to have studies that you have your you got to do a calibration curve. You got to know if you have a low level of contamination or a high level of contamination or a moderate level of contamination, right? And what do those things mean? It's like all that science is yet to be done before these things are acceptable for the market. But it's just our market, as far ahead as we are, we're not very far ahead in terms of identifying these kind of things. There's still a lot of markets. I mean, the United States is much farther ahead in Canada as far as this is. The dispensaries, they test their cannabis. They test it for, well, some of them do, and some of them test it on varying degrees, whether it's just potency or terps or microbials. But that's something that I think consumers should demand moving forward. You should be able to know what's in the product that you're buying. When you go buy a can of soup, it says on the back, this is what's in it. You're not allowed to. You have limits. You're only allowed to have like one piece of rat poop for 1,000 cookies or whatever it is. You know what I mean? Like, you have to have regulation.
I was gonna ask, when it comes to that breakdown in, let's say, even like mold, do you think it's mainly in the low education and production standards? Is there more of a chance that it's the trimmers' filthy hands and their practices during that tight rush in the curve versus it being contaminated the whole grow and every grower is an evil person? Could it be literally regulated production standards that could bring a lot of the weed back? Because there's so many levels of problems with cannabis, from what people feed it and what it turns into, and then what comes out of the extract, to what's on top, to pests and the rest. So could a lot be handled in production practices that would normally get cleaned up on, like, because I see LPs fail for mold, so clearly it's not about being farmer grade.
Well, it's tough, man. I mean, look, LPs are growing in crazy environments. Everybody grows in crazy environments. It should be grown in the sun, and there's a natural level of, stuff grows on plants. Like, organisms interact with each other in the environment. It's what happens. It's life, right? You can't grow stuff in sterile. It's not, and is it necessary, right? I don't know. I think a lot of that stuff can be dealt with in contaminant. You're talking like E. coli. Did the trimmer go to the washroom and wipe his ass and then wash his hands and then go back to handling your butt? Like, for sure, that happens. Arno Hayskamp did a study in Holland, and they looked at the government weed versus the coffee shop weed, and a lot of the coffee shop weed had like E. coli on it. Some grower didn't wash his hands. So under regulation, you see companies, they got the growers with the hairnets and the gloves, and there's protocols. Right? There's steps that you take to avoid contamination. But, yeah. Even meat companies here in Canada or the States, stuff gets recalled all the time. You get listeria at hot dog manufacturers shutting down for 6 months. Like, it happens. But that's why you have recall systems.
Yeah, and a lot of those are DNA-based diagnostic tests that they use to scan ground beef and all that processed animal shit that goes into, processed foods.
Hey, man, you get, like, salmonella on, like, sprouts and broccoli and spinach leaves. It's like, it happens. But you get recalls. And in a black market, you don't get recalls. Hey, even in California this year, they had huge fires. They had huge problems with fires in the grow areas. They're going through an insane drought in California. And, they had a whole bunch of smoky bud, and it got turned into extracts. It's like, it happens.
My concern is that as we enter into regulation, which we obviously need, that cannabis, because of the fear, which is based in a lack of proper knowledge and education on the part of people who set regulations, part of the FDA and then TFA and or ATF and all these guys. They're going to be involved, and I'm afraid they're going to regulate beyond what they do for other products. Obviously, food regulations need to be followed, but as new regulations come in for something that's smoked as well, the tobacco industry is not particularly well regulated, but I doubt they'll serve as a model for what's going to happen either. So it'd be nice to see people who understand cannabis and understand that it's not really necessarily dangerous, trying to advise the government on setting regulations that are doable.
For sure. There's still a lot of fear-based nonsense that goes on in this industry. I mean, even in Canada right now, it's like, okay, we've decided that we're going to regulate and we're going to legalize, but it's like you still have to be very careful to keep it out of the hands of the children. You know?
The children.
It's like, look, and that's, you know, it's kind of nonsense to me, because it's like drugs in society and drug use is something that's taught through cultural practices. When you sit down at wine and you sit down at dinner or Thanksgiving or Christmas or whatever you celebrate, even when you're, at least in my family, like, you know, the kids were allowed to have like a little glass of wine, and you're taught about it. You're taught how to use the substance. You're taught this is part of society and this is how we interact with it. And Prohibition has completely knocked all that out of any rational discussion about the plant. So cultural knowledge is passed down from the older to the younger, and you get, you know, there's always going to be harm by kids that aren't educated properly about substances on how to use them and the appropriate time to use.
I feel like in America, where we have a lot of what I would call extended adolescence, where you see people that never grew up still living with their parents and stuff, and I wonder if it's a lot of it's because we raise these, you know, when I was living in Europe, I felt like I was around parents and teenage kids, and the kids were young adults. They were thinking about college, they were forward thinking about, you know, their responsibilities in the world and the expectations they had for their life. And in America, I feel like we don't even allow our kids to drink till they're 21, so we're so backwards assed in the way that we give kids responsibilities. I mean, the age of consent in Europe is 16. Here it's 18 or 21, and it's, I think, a little crazy, because I think that we're getting what we pay for in a way. We're not raising our kids to be young and mature and responsible at the ages that you go back 100 years they had to be, because you hit 12, 13, 14, you were working, you were helping take care of the house and the place and the farm, and you were helping, you know, make your food or get your food or be part of the process of life. And now there's just this disconnect, and people can be fucking children into their 20s. And I think that's kind of fucked up, and I think we should actually have much more responsibility placed on these teenagers, these young adults. I mean, giving a kid a license to drive a fucking car, but then saying, you know, we're not going to trust you to do shit else, is a little backwards assed, in my opinion. And I really, after living in Europe and experiencing what I felt was like really, you don't see the extended adolescence to the same degree that you see it here in America. You see, you know, adults taking care of their parents, don't get me wrong, that's not the same thing. You know, but when you see kids dependent on their parents, fucking long after anybody I know that's had a kid expected their kid to be dependent upon them, and that's kind of becoming the norm. And I think a lot of it maybe could be rooted to the way that we have, prohibited their ability to experience life and grow up at the ages that they used to.
Yeah, well said, Todd. Well said. It's definitely a little bit of part of the problem, that's for sure. You know, it's crazy in Canada because, from my perspective, you know, using cannabis before I was licensed, you know, would put me in a situation where potentially, you know, Child Family Services could come take my children. And you know, once I got that license on the wall, and to carry around with me, the difference that it made was so incredible, especially, you know, for my wife and for my family. It's just all of a sudden like it's a non-issue, just like that. Like, so it's not really a moral issue. It's this paper issue that you just sign and then it's okay. Like, we're not gonna. How can you say, oh, that's very bad, and then all of a sudden you get this piece of paper and say, oh, well, that's, you know, that's perfectly fine.
Well, dare I say we live to such a degree of bigotry and double standard that a family that raises grapes and makes wine is an upstanding member of our community, you know, but, you know, a family that grows cannabis and makes hash are, you know, I don't even got to say. We all know what happens. We're fucking public enemy number one.
That's over, though. I mean, I understand that it's still we're still feeling the aftershock of Prohibition, but you know you look at Facebook or Twitter or all these places that have legal facilities and they're registered and regulated.
Sure, but you know what though, it's not over yet, because what we're experiencing is a lot of decriminalization, and for the end user and the retail experiences, they're existing because the cops aren't busting in California, for instance, the pot shops. They're busting us, the growers.
I know, man.
They're going after the producers.
Check this out,
Growers aren't regulated
no
yet.
right to produce anything, and that's fucked up.
That's changing. That even in California, that's changing. I mean, I hear what you're saying, and I totally agree with you.
I actually live in California, and we're a long ways away. I've been prosecuted 3 times since I got out of federal prison in 2004. So it isn't changing that much.
No.
You know, I mean,
mention one thing.
Even in California, Brown just changed the law, right? He combined those 3 pieces of legislation into a new thing, and they're going to license growers. Like, you could get licensed under the new system, and when
what is happening in the future is right, but forward-thinking, what could happen? We're 19 years after we passed 215, and we're having this conversation of what could happen in the future. And you know, I get it. I know what could happen in the future. I've read the legislation. The reality is that we're still being oppressed. The producers are still getting their gates kicked in, their doors kicked in, their property stolen, and that's what's screwed up under the decriminalization and what we're dealing with right now. That is really why we do need regulation. And you know, look at the Parker Initiative. It's more restrictive than 19 was, in all irony. But there's people that are going to have to, or I think people are going to support it because we're so sick of Prohibition. It's so horrible. We need this regulation, though. We really don't have it in California at all.
Listen, I hear you, man, and I empathize with you, and I totally understand where you're coming from. I think you're a little bit shell-shocked by the past fucking 25 years, to be honest. But it's like, for me, what it comes down to is this, and laws are changing in Canada. It's the same thing everywhere as it goes forward. There's Colorado models where there's personal cultivation, and there's Washington models where it's corporate production with no personal cultivation. And I think that this is the issue that we really, really need to discuss moving forward is that we ensure that people can grow their own. Hey, you want to sell your weed, you want to put stuff out on the market, you got to be part of the regulated system. You want to brew your own beer, make your own wine, or grow your own smoke in your backyard, that's a totally different story, and you should be allowed to do that. And for us as the people and the not part of the ruling system or not part of the political process, you know, really we control the political process, and we got to remember that. We got to make sure that the regulations that get put into place allow for personal production, and they stop the government from fucking with us for just growing a plant. But if you want to grow a bunch of weed and sell it, then you need to be part of the system, because you can't be it's not ethical to be putting pesticides or moldy products or whatever else, like we're talking with the Emerald Cup, out onto the market for having other people to smoke. So you want to make money off cannabis, cool, I have no problem with that, be part of the system. Do it ethically. But you want to grow your own weed, I think everybody should have the ability to do that. And look,
I hear you. I'm not philosophical, but I want to say, I believe there's going to be a right to home growers to grow it, just like tomatoes, for instance. You can grow your own tomatoes, or you could just go buy them at the Whole Foods or whatever, the supermarket. They're so inexpensive. That's going to happen, and I think that there's nothing that's going to protect the profit for the home growers. The price of cannabis is going to drop out, I do believe. The artificial threshold of prohibition has created ridiculously overpriced cannabis, and that's going to go away. And I'm pro that. I am totally for that. I can't wait till the market's flooded with, just like there's cheap wine on every corner, cheap cannabis for anyone who wants to forego the cheap wine. Because I think the cannabinoids are better for them than any of the alternatives, the nicotine, the alcohol that's currently literally on every corner. So, I can't wait for regulation to take place in California, because we're probably the world's largest cannabis economy market in the world, and we are seeing great innovation, and there are places like BPG and others that are really operating ethically, testing everything, and they're rejecting stuff that comes back that doesn't meet par, that does have microbials or does have bug eggs or what have you, pesticides. They're looking at a full spectrum. You know, hopefully that becomes the normal standard, because just like when you go in a supermarket, you don't expect mold in your brownie or your bread. You expect there to have been a control mechanism that made sure that was actually fresh and the manufacture date was actually honest. You know, and that's what I think we're working for, and I think we're working for equal rights. I mean, because when Mark talks about feeling like he got a piece of paper and suddenly he could, you know, not feel the stress and anxiety of potentially losing his children due to his lifestyle, you know, and I think that's where we're feeling the pressure too, because we're still a long way from being equal to that family growing grapes and making wine on the hill in Napa, and that's what I would like to see achieved for us, because they can have shotguns and we can't go near guns because we have pot, they have grapes and alcohol. There's such bigotry and inequality happening against us, and that's what we're facing, honestly, more than just in Canada, Colorado, Washington, Oregon, or potentially California. It's really globally, and we're still got boots to our neck. I mean, there's a lot of great innovation, but I think everyone should look at this, see what's happening in places like Canada, which is so great and progressive and moving at such a rapid rate. I mean, you guys went from not being able to have high times 25 years ago to now growing hemp everywhere and having cannabis clubs and potentially full legalization under your new, you know, it's amazing. So I just still see a lot of oppression down here, you know, south of the border, to be really, really honest with you. But someday soon, I hope we have equality.
Well, cops are still arresting people here in Canada, too, although recently one in Quebec was let off by a judge for, like, I think a $1 fine because the judge just said, this is fucking ridiculous. And the guy got caught with hundreds of plants. So it was nice to see, even though, once again, it could still be argued quite easily that he still had his door kicked in and all his shit taken and took a huge loss and what, you know, like there's still a lot of negative. We get so used to being busted over the last 20 to 40 years that everyone's just like, oh, well, at least I got off, you know? It's like...
You know, and I understand what you mean about saying shell-shocked. A lot of people are. They get hit once and they're out of the, you know, the scene completely, and it's hard. And, you know, for me, I've learned how to operate under the oppression of the government, because it hasn't been just since I've got out of prison. I mean, they started harassing me as soon as I became public with Jack. I mean, I got busted in 95, 97. My whole life's been under the pressure of prosecution, but I've been pretty productive nonetheless. And I wish more people could. My message is it's not that big a deal. Even jail is kind of a joke. And, you know, so I think we have a definitive path to freedom, but we really do have to fight for equal rights. Seriously, I think we do.
And justice.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, living in the States too. I mean, I've done some time down there, and it's you know, it's so different from state to state. You guys don't have that mentality, whereas, because, you know, even in California, it's like you say, you're getting hit all the time, and Washington people are getting busted. It's still federally illegal, right? And that puts a lot of pressure on you, because you got the contradiction of the state law versus the federal law. But I also drove through, you know, Portland a couple of weeks back, and I remember coming into Washington, or I think it was on the Washington side, and there was a big old sign on the side of the road, and it was like a concentrate flowers company, you know, and they had a big billboard right on the side of the 101. So it's like, you know, like, it's illegal.
Can I tell you an honest? When I got out of prison, I did a THC expo in downtown Los Angeles in 2009, and I purchased 35 billboards around the city, and I put Uncle Sam on it, and with Nature Needs You, with Pointin, the THC Expo, Los Angeles Convention Center, because I thought, how many of the DE agents that harassed me when I went to prison are going to drive by this shit on the way to work and go, what the fuck is a THC Expo? And then look and go, oh, look, Mccormick's out of prison, and he rented the LA Convention Center. Yeah. And, you know, I think that us maturing in this industry is really what we need, you know, and us becoming, you know, this lifestyle, especially when you look at California. We've had people smoking pot in Santa Cruz since, you know, surfers in the early 60s, if not 50s, right, Rob? Where did cannabis culture in the West Coast begin, Mr. Clarke?
California, yeah.
Go ahead, Rob. I muted you. Well, I thought I unmuted him.
For things for the Phylos project, it's amazing how many samples from urban parts of Los Angeles, from lots and street corners, and just not really grows, but a feral plant coming up in somebody's yard, or maybe stuck some seeds in the ground, but not a garden really that's been reported. But 1940s, 1950s, early in the 60s, before hippies really even had much of a thing going. So there was something going on there already. We didn't have much of the Afro-American jazz scene here, so I suppose we really have to look at the Latin Americans bringing it.
That's what I was going to ask you, Rob. How much moved around through the jazz scene?
I really don't know. I've always wondered about this, how extensive it really was, and how much of that's just demonization. And you know, there are Louis Armstrong and some famous jazz vipers, but I really have no idea. Another thing here in the States too, I doubt because of where the plants were found that this is the situation, but the mission system in California did cultivate hemp. And I've never heard of any feral populations in California. We just don't have a lot of niches where this could really happen very easily. But possibly some of these sort of wild things they found around Sacramento, Central Valley back in the early days too. I suppose some of this could be descendant from mission days. We'll do the genetics, then we'll find out maybe. But yeah, interesting stuff.
Well, now if Darrin was in here, he'd say something like Bong rip.
You look like you're smoking something myrcene rich, Mark.
No, I just got out of 2 days of the flu, so I'm kind of pale and a little bit like haven't eaten in like 36 hours. Can't miss Hash Church though. Can't miss Hash Church. I'll tell you, it would have been hard to do Hash Church yesterday when I was fully in the sickness.
I'm really happy to see what the level that we jumped to on Hash Church this morning. You've got talking about quality control, and we're beginning to talk about
standards,
taking these issues into our own hands. You know, and this is an important step forward. It really is.
Yeah, well, you know, we see it in California too. If we don't take it in our own hands and be responsible about it, they're going to take it and put it in the hands of big companies, and it's already starting to happen. So,
well, because those big companies have these standards on lockdown, they know how to set it all up. So if people were more humble and accepted that, you know, they don't know everything, if they went into it with that sort of mentality, then people would have, like, I mean, just think back to the day of like trimmers sitting around, you know, in a garage somewhere with like cigarettes in their mouths and like dirty, nasty oil hands, and they're just like, yeah, trimming, fuck this and fuck that, and it's just like, oh my God, like that is not a standard. Or
yeah, you throw the butt on the floor and you pick it up and it goes in the pile and all that kind of stuff. Hey man, that's what happens, you know. But that's part of being, you know, part of being responsible with your production. Take pride in your work, you know. Take pride.
How about in Nepal, Rob, when they're making oil out of the hash? Do they have good standards there?
Absolutely not. Hand-rubbed hashish just runs around the surface of the plants with collecting the sticky resin glands, and then all the other fungal spores and insect parts and little bits of leaf. And
Morocco, they take it, dry it in the sun on the top of the roof as the kids are running around it, and then they throw it in a storage locker until it dries out enough and it gets cold enough to sit. I mean, there's rodents running around and everything.
Oh yeah, you hear the chickens running around on the tin roofs picking all the seeds out.
Yeah.
And pooping all over the weed at the same time. Lovely.
Oh,
that's prohibition. Prohibition. You know, man.
Yeah. I will welcome standards, and you know, I don't like the word regulations, but I guess really it's not a bad word. It's just the word that states you need to have certain standards here.
Cannabis is a perishable product. We have like flowers that are 8 to 10% water contact. They're still alive, right? It's a product. You got to treat it right.
You know, and truthfully, it is just an agri-product. We're going to see some really incredible cannabis when we can legally grow it in controlled environments like we do other agricultural products that we buy at Whole Foods. It's really going to change the level of expertise and the amount of management that can be put on these crops on a large scale, which we don't have now. Cannabis will be better, safer, cleaner, fresher, smell better. At least I think so.
Yeah, well, it should be, you know. You're putting a product into somebody else's hands. I think anybody that's doing that has a moral responsibility to put a good product in their hands. It should be something of pride that you do, you know. And if you don't, if you're not doing it like that, then I don't want anything to do with your cannabis.
Yeah, do it better than your neighbors, and then teach them how to do it. That's the best thing you can do. Develop standard operating procedures for quality control in-house, and then show your neighbors. Up the game.
I always like to say, if you're making medicine or products, and you make a product or a medicine, whatever that product would be, and you have it, and you ask yourself, would you smoke it? Would you use it as medicine? And if you say no, then you should definitely not be presenting that to others. And the other thing that some people ask me, like, hey, what's your secret head stash? What are you smoking on that nobody else is smoking on? My answer is always the same. I don't really have any. I share that with all of you. You know, just make your head stash
the head stash
that is available. So whatever it is, just make the best you possibly can. And that should be like the base core root for developing those SOPs. And then you get into the science of it and how to do it proper. It's really hard. I saw all those test results, and you know, I was excited when the flowers that I was able to get for the CBD concentrate award, and I knew it when I saw them. They're sun-grown, you know, the best flowers that I could source or find, and they're all done with Vital and tea brews and different things like that. And I mean, if you're in the sun and you're doing it as organically as possible, and you didn't have a bad year, you didn't have smoke, you didn't have bugs, you didn't have things breaking the plant down, and it was as strong as it can be. I mean, that's the starting source of everything, whether it's indoor or outdoor, you know.
Yeah.
SOP starts with the resin, starts with the flowers. Everything else could be just a domino effect of shit. You know, somebody says, hey, here's some flowers that, well, I didn't really get to finish it out. It's seeded out, hermed out. It had some bugs on it at one point. Thrips were all over this son of a bitch. You know, like they hand you stuff and you're like, yeah, okay, so what do you want me to do with it? I was hoping you could just make it into magic and turn that around into some kind of medicine. It's like,
how do you make it into gabbable hash?
You don't. You don't.
Like, tell them like, that starts in the grow room.
Yeah, it's like you don't. And then they're like, well,
the chat room is asking. Adam Elder wants to know. He's interested to know what Chimera or Rob Clarke think about the original ecological function of cannabis within the biosphere. You know, separate from human influence, from our relationship, I guess. You know, what would you guys think that cannabis was? Is it directly here as a companion plant, which I believe Chris Bennett is in firm belief of, or was there a reason that it was put in the biosphere separate from us?
Well, it wasn't put by anyone. I mean, I don't think that God would put it somewhere, but it evolved for its own purpose, and I think that we've shaped it for our purpose. That's what we do with crops. I mean, you know, corn came from a plant called teosinte, which is a weird grassy-looking plant that had a few kernels, and we turned it into this crop that we plant, you know, 1,000 to 100 square feet or whatever, and it produces lots of kernels. It's like that's what we do with crops. We change them. Rob would be more probably to comment on what it would do in the environment. I mean, all organisms just try to survive. That's what DNA does. It's a exploration of biological space, you know, and the things that are advantageous or can survive in the environment, they continue to exist.
Cannabis, before the relationship with humans, is kind of hard to figure out. It's an ancient relationship, and even to the point where it's arguable that there really aren't any truly wild populations anymore, just escapes from previous cultivation. So that's a tough one. I seem to favor more and more that it's pretty much all about the human-cannabis relationship. But if you go before that and you look at just the basic ecology of cannabis, it's incredibly diverse because of its outcrossing nature. It's a plant survival strategy that's relatively rare in the plant kingdom. There aren't that many. There you go. That's the book. But there aren't that many plants in the plant kingdom that are dioecious, that have XY, some sort of modified XY sexual inheritance. It's much more common in animals than plants to begin with. Maybe 10% or so of the plant kingdom, 10-20%. And then on top of that, you have other relatively rare traits. Since it's dioecious, it's outcrossing, so it's got all this genetic diversity. When it gets around to a place, it's incredibly adaptable. But when you look at natural dispersal mechanisms, the seeds don't always float. They can sink as soon as they imbibe any water. Birds tend to crack them when they go through their gut systems, and rodents do the same thing. It's really kind of been up to us that it got around and got so many chances to do it on its own, to become feral again and be that sort of a population state.
Yeah, and it's like you said, that genetic diversity allowed it to colonize 6 or 7 continents. I mean, it's pretty impressive. It really is pretty impressive as far as species go, the adaptability, the variation. And that's one of the reasons it's so interesting to study. I still think that we've got a long way to go. You know, cannabis can be the crop of the future. We've done a lot with fibers and hemp seed, but, you know, Sam's Tina variety, the big seed variety, it shows that we can start pushing the size of the seed from, you know, tiny little thing to get it really nice and big. And the reality is, when we hit, like, it's too loud. When you start breeding it, I think that we could really push the size of that seed up, and it's going to be one of the crops of the future. When we hit 10 billion people or 15 billion people living on this planet, we're not going to be growing huge herds of cows to feed them. It takes too much water. It takes too much land. We have to go to more of a plant-based nutritional system. We just have to. And cannabis can be a plant that we develop into a food source. Like hemp seeds, you know, Rob, you know all the stuff. I'm sure Mark, everyone does here. It's kind of preaching to the converted, but, you know, hemp seed is incredibly nutritious. It's got the right range of, it's got, I think, all the essential
it's soybean on pounds of protein per acre, which ultimately is the economic driver that's going to push it into the agricultural marketplace.
Yeah.
Which is pounds of protein per acre. You know, if it beats soybean, there's no question about it. What are you going to feed to your hogs? You're feeding them a protein meal, whether it came from soybean or hemp, is regardless. And I think what that's going to do is it's going to create that symbiotic relationship that now exists between the lumber mill and the paper mill, which is that you take the sawdust off the lumber mill floor and you turn it into paper across the street. So when all this hemp is being grown, again, for seed and oil content, it will create, again, the fiber that will then be utilized for all the other applications you can do with hemp.
Well, and that's where the real breeding is going to come in place for the future of the plant, because we need to turn these space usages into really efficient systems. And right now, the variety that's good for seed isn't the variety that has the ideal fiber content or terpene profile, or for whatever products we're pulling out of that acre of space. So I think we have a long way to go with that, but there's a lot of potential there, and I think cannabis is really, it's an incredibly not only incredibly fascinating species, but it's, you know, everybody knows about how useful it is, and we need to start pushing the plant in the right direction with all that. So we got a lot of work to do, but there's a lot of potential. So
And I'm willing to do some of the work personally. I'll put in a little bit of time. I don't know if you guys are.
Hey, the Huffington Post article was enough, Mark. You know what? You know, it just gives a little more. You know, I'm surprised they didn't mention Hash Church, but it does give a little bit more. Oomph to where the story's going, which is bring this injustice out into the popular press. So people who would maybe not necessarily be exposed to it read about it and make their own minds up. And vote for Bernie.
At the Emerald Cup, there was a girl there, a lady there, and she was interviewing all the geneticists, and she was writing an article for Wired magazine on the cannabis genome sequencing. So, yeah, we all see it now. It's starting to get into more mainstream news. I think it's up to us to, be a little less dab focused, because it comes off as it's just all about getting high, and really push the science out there and push the knowledge out there, and everybody needs to become informed on more about, man, you get so high. That's not the way we treat wine. You don't go into a liquor store and say which wine's got the highest alcohol content. Cannabis. Hey, look, you don't need 30% cannabis. 12, 15% cannabis with the right terpene profile, it has a nice effect. And so it's not all about the numbers. And I think we got to move away from that mentality and start understanding the variations. And even with wine, it's like, how do you know? Everybody says, how do you know what good wine is? Well, you drink a lot of wine. You try a bunch of different stuff and see what you like. And I think people should not get so focused on what Snoop Dogg's favorite variety is, or or just follow the local, whatever the popular rap tune is at the time, saying about OG Kush or whatever variety. Growers grow the variations, grow the different stuff. Don't do the same thing that everybody's doing, and let's exploit some of this huge variation that exists.
And for a lot of, somebody asked earlier how things have changed since the 70s, and these hybrids changed everything. They're really, really strong. There was powerful weed before this, but not so readily available, not so downright potent. And a lot of my friends from back in the day, they miss that. They don't want to smoke what's around there. They don't want to smoke what young people are doing. They want a joint to go around the room until the joint's finished, not have the pipe go around. Everybody takes one hit and sits there and stares at the wall. Okay, we're old, we're feeble, you can say whatever you want as young people, but it has changed. And people's tastes have not necessarily changed along with the majority. So there's room for these different varieties. There's room for social cannabis that doesn't just completely tear you up, and
yeah.
Okay, that's just not what people who are the cutting edge at the moment into, but there's a huge bunch of consumers that actually like to go back to smoking cannabis again. They quit 20 years ago. It's true.
Very interesting. Yeah, well, it's true. The whole industry does seem to promote that stronger, more powerful. I mean, there is also a small percentage of people that seem to push that aspect in the industry, just because they might be anomalies themselves. Like I, for one, I know exactly what Rob's talking about when I smoke a pipe with a bunch of people and they stare at a wall. I'm just not one of those people that stares at the wall. I generally get...
But you want to know, though, one of my questions about how cannabis has changed is because, the vibe of it, if you will, I grew up growing in the 80s, and a lot of what I grew was the hybridized skunks and such. And when I got to Holland and I finally experienced long flowering, tropical varieties, and they woke me up and they motivated me and they didn't knock me out, I was blown away. And I was even more blown away in a way to learn that they had higher THC than some of the ones that were more couch lock, if you will. And that's the vibrational difference, I think, that I was wondering, if we start getting into plants 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 up in flowering time, does that kind of unlock that different vibe of cannabis? That's what kind of I asked Rob earlier, but...
They've got, listen, all those varieties, they got different terpene profiles, right?
Bingo.
And so again, when indica came in and smashed myrcene into all these plants, the younger generation, I mean, probably most of our age, except for Rob, I mean, that's what we were weaned on. You know, was varieties that would like punch you in the face, and that's how you knew you were high. But and we just never saw the varieties that are limonene dominant, or you know, we started to with the hazes with the terpenoline plants and those, you know, amnesia haze and train wreck and Jack Hare, all those kinds of things. But yeah, I think as terps start guiding choices, then you'll see some interesting things. SC Labs is starting a new lab report format that's really terpene based. You get all the information on your testing as far as cannabinoid ratios, but it's really terpene based, and it shows you, it allows the consumer to know what the terpene entourage effect, as Ethan calls it, is going to be on the plant. And I think once the market develops and we really start seeing that kind of information on varieties, that you know, people will start understanding the differences, and they'll realize that OG Kush, it's a name, but that name really means a specific terpene profile, you know, that defines the variety. And yeah, don't go into a dispensary and just ask for the strongest weed. You know, try different things. I think people, when the market,
you know, it's funny because I've had OG Kush for a very long time, and when at the time Steve Hill first started testing, I was able to get my, at the time it was a haze and an OG Kush grown side by side, tested together, and the OG came back at, under their test at 20.66, and the haze came back at 23.7, and I was like, wow, because if you were to smoke the OG, you'd feel it was more, you know, 11 o'clock at night hot tub pot, and the haze was more, you know, 9 a.m., have some coffee, go deal with your day pot. And I was a little shocked that there was a vast difference in the THC levels, because I would have thought that the other stuff was stronger, but perception is, you know, different from the chemical reality.
Well, if you look at the terpene profile of OG Kush, it's pretty much high levels of each myrcene, limonene, and beta-caryophyllene. And myrcene and limonene are the two that are known to really be those two synergists, and when you get them together in a high amount with a good whack of THC, you know, depending on the garden, 20 to 28% THC, that's strong cannabis.
Hey, can I ask you guys something? You know, Rob, back at the Institute of Medicine hearings they held in Los Angeles when they were doing the that book that came out where they were doing a compendium on the research, I was one of the people that testified, and when we were there, one of the other, a scientist was up there talking about how he gave his subjects 10 milligrams of THC and had a controlled effect, and then gave them the same with 1 milligram of CBN, and it doubled the effective dose of the THC. And I questioned him, you know, only if he thought it would happen, you know, basically with weed, and he said yes. And is there any truth to this, or is there, you know, is there an ensemble effect that happens that amplifies the THC, like he stated? That was public record too, by the way. It's probably in the Institute of Medicine book.
I don't know specifically about what the comments you're talking about, but CBD is well known to have profound effects on the way THC operates. And what I've always thought of about CBN being a decomposition product really of THC, it's always involved in older weed, and older weed and hashish always have a dull sort of high, but they're also lacking the terpenes that have boiled out. So it's hard to keep those together.
Most imported hashes are also you know, population grown, and a lot of the Moroccan hashes have CBD in them, so good chunks of CBD in them. So, you know, you're not really getting the same kind of dose. I think when we start talking about that stuff, it's domestic hash versus import hash, and you know, you always got to question the source of where everything came from.
It used to just be hash versus weed, and when a lot of people who were hash smokers, you saw this when you moved to Europe, and CSME was just coming in there 30 years ago instead of something we already had here. And I saw it here before I went over there. I saw women especially stop smoking when hash ran out, imported hash ran out, and there was just Sinsemilla. This is before the Afghan varieties coming in. And then the Afghan varieties brought CBD back, and people seem to like, some people seem to really like those, but most people didn't, and we bred all those terpenes and CBD back out that we didn't like, and we ended up with really, weed was too racy for a lot of people, and the hash made from it is similar. It's not relaxing for a lot of people. You know, and I think they found hash relaxing. They don't find weed relaxing until very recently. We have these CBD varieties. There's a huge number of people who are doing CBD with their THC, which fascinates me. It's not my thing at all, but it's interesting.
It's interesting because I've always known I favored terpenes as a grower because I've gotten them as a grower. I've gotten them fresh. I can wait until they're perfect. And even if I have stuff that's more potent, I'll still favor a joint of really properly cured flowers on a lot of occasions because it may be a lighter effect, but to me it's a much more pleasant, if you will, or it is a very pleasant effect. But I'm a big proponent of the concentrates and the BHO and stuff because for effectivity it's really wonderful, and for people that have really extreme medical conditions, I have a chronic pain, I have a spinal fusion, you know, LV Musica, for instance, has glaucoma issues, and watching her dab, you know, after chain smoking joint after joint after joint, and then just do a few dabs and be relaxed and be able to watch TV or do whatever it is she wants to do is really beautiful. So I'm glad that these concentrations of cannabinoids and now terpenes more are entering into the conversation and making it to people who are really, you know, dealing with severe medical issues, you know.
And, you know, I think we need to have more types of varieties on the market to really understand this. I mean, you're talking about high THC concentrates for the most part, and that works for pain and for other things too. And you know, but we haven't really explored all the different cannabinoids that exist. So you know, for example, CBG has lots of beneficial effects. In California, try to find a variety with more than 4% CBG on it. It just doesn't exist in the market. You know, CBDV, highly effective with CBD for epilepsy, not on the market. You know, even THCV for like metabolic disorders. It's like you don't really see it out there. And
well, can I ask you guys, will doing a genome project give you guys the information on or insight to cannabinoid levels across the board?
Eventually, yes. At the moment, we got markers for THC and CBD. And theoretically, you could find one for CBG because the information's already been published. But what happens is they're looking at all the varieties that are available on the drug market in the United States typically. So you get dispensary weed, so you're already looking at a very, very thin piece of the pie. And we need to sequence more plants. We need to have chemotype data to associate with those plants so that you start tying the genetic variations that we're seeing in the genome with chemotypes, essentially, right? Or phenotypes, like chemical analysis chemotypes, right? Either terpenes or specific cannabinoids or whatever it is. And once we find that, then yes, you will start to be able to use the genetic data to effectively breed. But it's like, right now what we got is a bunch of ATGC. You know, we have all this genetic code that we don't know what the genes mean. It's like Rob said last week. It's like we're not really looking for genes yet. And Jonathan Page's group out of UBC and in Andy Labs they're now starting to do that with terps, and he's found, you know, this olivotolic acid cyclase gene that's involved in the conversion of, you know, GPP and olivotolic acid into CBG. So we're on the verge, we're on the precipice of all that stuff happening, which is really cool, but we're not quite there yet.
Isn't that a unique enzyme in cannabis?
The OAC?
Yes.
The olivotolic acid cyclase? I believe so. I think probably the real answer to that, though, is that we haven't looked at enough other species. You know, everybody said for the longest time, cannabinoids are unique to cannabis. Well, they're not. They've actually found CBG and Heliochrysum umbrellicum. There's
So where else can they put that pathway?
in here that talks about all this kind of stuff. So if you're in California, pick up an O'Shaughnessy's. I think it's
So where else do you think that pathway can be put?
What? Pardon me?
Where else do you think they could put that pathway?
Could we engineer it to be?
Yes.
Well, I mean, they're at the point now, guys. They're making THC in yeast and CBD in yeast, and these guys are talking about putting terpenes.
Yeah, I think that's not that enzyme, right? I think they're just doing the CBD synthase, so they're feeding it CBG, aren't they?
Well, I think, to be honest, they're in research phase right now. They're kind of collecting all the data and looking at trying to figure out the pathway. But the idea with yeast production is you put all the genes in the pathway into one yeast, and then you start feeding in sugar, and you get your byproduct at the end.
Right.
There was a Japanese group for research purposes. They found the THC acid synthase gene, and then they put that into tobacco roots, and then they fed the plant CBG and produced THC. But I mean, who cares? You have to grow the plant to extract the CBG. What's the point of doing that? You know, you want to make a yeast that does the whole thing.
Right.
Eventually, and that's where they're working in Germany. I think at the University of Dortmund, isn't it, Rob?
Yeah. They'd like to do like happen with morphine synthesis and things. They pretty much have that whole chain into yeast now. But
really, the whole lot is the prenylation of olive fulvic acid. I mean, that's the real defining carbon-carbon bond formation in that pathway that defines the cannabinoid pathway. And certainly, if that can be put into yeast or bacteria or dandelions for whatever, you could basically use another plant to basically produce cannabinoids, which is kind of exciting.
Yeah, it's cool, but I think it's kind of stupid. I mean, at the same time, it's like we already have a perfect biological system factory that does exactly that. Why do we have to put it into dandelions? You know what I mean?
All we have to do is normalize it so we can use it like any other plant.
Yeah.
It goes to show you the level of how non-normalized, how absolutely like out of the realm of normalness that it is when people are like, well, maybe we could put it in yeast or like a potato or something, and maybe that would be accepted.
Artifacts of Prohibition, artifacts of Prohibition. But there's a lot of cool stuff that's on the horizon that we don't know anything about. There was a research group in Italy that they found a compound called sesquicbg. So it's essentially a CBG molecule that's synthesized not from GPP, but it's synthesized from GFP, Mark. And so they call it sesquicbg, and then theoretically, if you have sesquicbg, maybe that can be made into sesquith-THC or CBD. And so there's
it's basically just another isoprene unit that's tagged on to the end to just do other chemistry to. Yeah, that's really cool. I'm still interested in this hashish compound that we talked about last week. That seems to be a predominant monoterpene sink in terms of what these terpenes like to rearrange to. So, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of chemistry that you're talking about you can do like on the pathway, or like what reason would there possibly be for putting this stuff into dandelions? I mean, I know that sounds completely ludicrous in some way, but I had a colleague who was looking to put accumulation synthase genes into dandelions to basically use it as a vehicle to make rubber. So you wouldn't have to, grow Havea trees down in the jungle. You could just basically make rubber, Havea latex rubber out of dandelions. So just the notion that, again, you can lift the pathway from one plant and put it into another, again, just opens up a variety of different possibilities. I hear you about the ridiculousness. I mean, this plant does it no problem. We don't have to mess with it. But the point is I think if we understand the pathway and we understand how it works, we can understand like under what conditions can we use the genomics. Understanding it becomes like then you have this directory that you have to then create it into the next level, which is functional genomics, right? And understanding which genes correspond to not just the proteins, but as you know, genes can sometimes moonlight and have several different functions that we don't know about. We know about this function, that this gene codes for this enzyme, but that gene could also have a myriad of different
other functions, and the way that they all work together in the biological organism is something that totally needs to be fully teased out. But I would go to the point of saying that, again, what Mother Nature can do by providing this plethora of molecules in the trichome, now a chemist like me could come along and intentionally do chemistry to the oil itself, and that's what I'm really fascinating. And I look at the oil as not the product and the medicine that most everyone. I look at it as the starting material, and what kind of chemistry can I do on the oil to improve it, to make it last longer, to make it more specific, to make it delivered in a way that, again, lowers systemic activity, but perhaps is a way of replacing chemotherapeutics. So again, if you could deliver cannabinoids selectively to tumors at a level, again, that you would just completely knock yourself out systemically if you had to take it, but if you could selectively deliver it to tumors, it would be a way of, again, using what's already known in drug delivery, which is how do you deliver chemotherapeutic agents selectively to tumors and use that for cannabinoids.
Yeah,
it's totally possible.
It's theoretically possible. I mean, our community, I think, is what you're essentially talking about is genetically modified organisms, and I think the cannabis community in general is pretty, like, resistant to that type of technology. But moving forward, things like CRISPR or TALENs and all these genetic methods for specific genome editing are going to be the way of the future. And what you're talking about, prodrugs, and they're starting to do that already with CBD. I know Raphael Meshulam's group made a fluorinated CBD compound. It's like HU747 or no HU474, and that's essentially what they're doing. They take these cannabinoids and then they do chemistry on them and create other molecules. That's typically what private industry does, is because you can't patent you can patent the use of natural compounds, but you can't patent the natural compound.
Exactly.
So what they do is they try to tweak the molecule a little bit so that it can be proprietary, and then they benefit that. And this CBD, fluorinated CBD HU, what is it, 474, it's apparently got some pretty crazy activity. It's like 10 times more potent than CBD, so maybe it'll have a benefit. Who knows?
Yeah, well, it's not natural. I mean, it's completely synthetic. These are like these HU analogs that have the two methyl groups, right? Alpha to the benzene ring, and yeah, those are completely non-natural. And yeah, when you fluorinate that, you completely change its log P, and its log P is the partition coefficient between an octanol and water, which has a lot to do with how readily it permeates membranes. And yeah, man, you could start making all kinds of crazy synthetic analogs. But and I know a lot of people are probably like, oh man, that's evil and you shouldn't be doing any of that shit. But I'm interested in kind of like a Sasha Shulgin kind of way to look at how you can make improvements on the nucleus itself, and how you can do synthetic chemistry, and all these methods exist to basically improve upon the activity, and in particular, trying to get active formulations that can pass the blood-brain barrier and be targeted selectively at solid tumors.
Yeah.
Well, Mark, don't they do that? I mean, coconut oil combination versus just wiping it on your teeth is a form of chemistry. It's just a more homegrown form of chemistry. I wanted to get a question off before we leave the topic. Do you guys think that in the primordial kind of genetics of cannabis that there is, like you could see, like how you said, myrcene comes from the indicas, and you'll always find limonene with the sativas. Those terpenes are also, chemistry-wise, very available to turn into other things. I mean, even just in their degradation. So are there, like, those markers that certain terpenes are linked with certain lines of primordial cannabis that everything else is stewed out of? Because even if it was just the limonene and myrcene strain, every time cannabis puts out a different ratio of those, you get a different high. If it was the same THC over and over again, just as like one variable changing. So when it goes back, like you basically blame the myrcene influx, and this goes to my third question, how closely will we have to tie with traditional medicine when it comes to essential oils, because all the information matches. People have been using myrcene without ever knowing that if you paired it with THC, you get a much greater effect for therapeutic, a lot of different therapeutic reasons, from burn healing to all of the other things that come up in natural medicine. Are we just basically missing their data and applying THC to get a real map for what's possible so that we could start to pursue terpene profiles like, hey, there's a rare nut oil that's fucking doing wonders with skin lesions. If we could find the strain that's showing a faint marker of that and then start to build that up, we could get a strain that may produce the same benefit in a topical. Like, how far can you follow the terpenes back to solutions?
A cultivar, Horatio.
I'm sorry, it's so tired.
Yeah, and we're not really. We need to look more at the diversity in cannabis. Myrcene may have been brought in from the Afghan side or not. I mean, myrcene's found in humulus. It's one of the primary terpenes and the close relative to cannabis. So, and it's certainly found in hemp. And I think if we look a lot harder at the narrow leaf drug varieties, we're going to find a lot more of it. That the genes got stacked somehow, and there's been this influence from the Afghan side is probably also true, but it's not exclusively from that.
No, absolutely not. I didn't mean to suggest that, but you're right. All these terps are found in various species, but I think that's one of the, from our chemotaxic surveys of various markets like California, we've seen all the different types of terpene profiles that exist, and it's like you do have, I mean, berry white, for example, is a high limiting variety with very little other things. Terpenylene, train wreck is high terpenylene. So these different terp profiles do exist, and I think they probably exist in all the populations. It's just that the frequency of those alleles, the frequencies of those genes, is different based on human selection and environmental selection. And the only way to really find things is to look for them with the right equipment. And until about 5-10 years ago, nobody really was doing this kind of survey. I mean, Hillig looked at a few populations, and they grew at U Indiana and Bloomington and did all that stuff. But meanwhile, back at the farm, the world goes on of cannabis, and people are growing all these different varieties of everywhere. And only now are we starting to look at those varieties and say, oh, hey, look, this is one of this type. This is a terpenylene type. This is a limonene dominant type. This one's high in beta-caryophyllene, and it's why I think it's one of the reasons we need to reapproach what is a variety, and the Phylos work is something that's really interesting because it's starting to say, hey, look, all the purples group into one cluster, and the Kushes group into another cluster, and the CBD dominant varieties group in another cluster, and Trainwreck and Jack group into a cluster. And it's like maybe we can start another way of looking at it,
I guess because I'm chasing the 90s strains that seem to have these lopsided terpene profiles that carry through medicinally successfully. Whether I like Trainwreck or not, I know I come across a certain person, and I know they're needed, and I know I'm going to have to get it again. And I know when I come across a Trainwreck, I'm like, it doesn't have the terps that's going to help them. It's terp-less Trainwreck. And I had another question. How much of cannabis is unexpressed? Because when I see how easily a grower can get a plant to unexpress what I came for, which another grower can consistently produce, it starts to make me feel like it loses its cultivar. Without the terpenes, it loses its cultivar, and it becomes more of a profile of basic cannabinoids, which can be totally valuable.
Are you looking at GC data, or are you going by your nose?
Well, if I'm going by my nose, I'm going by a part of my brain that lights up. Not really like, ooh, I think.
You're a chemist, so you know about molecules. I mean, you do chemistry. You're doing extractions. You're doing chemistry. You know that things change and some things come to the forefront if you use a particular solvent or pressure or temperature or whatever your rig is for doing extractions, right?
Well, the reason I bring it up is because I extract the terpenes before all those processes, so I can look at something and go, he gave me 6 different pounds, and 3 of these pounds are missing that rose. I wonder how he lost just the rose between these 2. I know he grows 6 plants around 1 light, so I got you don't basically get a GC when you get to buy in the field. You have a nose, you have an eye, this doesn't look like the plant expression I'm familiar with. Maybe I should go with it, maybe I shouldn't. But when I find results in the patients, like way down the line, I find I get the best results when I achieve consistency of certain expressions. So when you bring up Trainwreck, which anybody in the audience who knows me knows personally, that terp, I can't say it right now because my mouth is dry, terpenoline content, I know it, they know it, they don't even know why they know it. They smell the dab and they're like, I think this is going to go good for my brain. And they may have head issues, but I see as consistency. Then if I look up that terp and I find it in other plants, I'm like, oh shit, they've been making this plant stew for 100 years. No wonder, paired with cannabinoids, it's doing such wonders in cannabis. But that's kind of why I'm still chasing the old school strains, because concentrates have come, but I don't get the same high. No matter how strong this stuff is getting, I don't put on a 2-hour album and never take another toke.
Yeah.
It doesn't happen.
There's two things that are going on there. One of them, you're essentially talking about terpene profile and making that information available to customers or patients, and I think that's really where you're going, and I think that that's why that lab report that SC is using, the Phytofax, is pretty cool. In the future, you won't have to judge by your nose. You'll know when you go to to buy your flowers that this jack has 5.5 milligrams of terpinolene or whatever. So I think that's coming in the future. The other issue is when you talk about extracts, is like a lot of people don't realize that when you make an extract, because of the different volatility and boiling points of the terps, especially the monoterps, they start boiling off at like 30, 40 degrees Celsius, and you get up to like 60, most of the monoterps are gone, and then you're left with this mash mix of this type of extract, which is it was really nice resin that was done with a 200 proof ethanol extract, but it was boiled off. So when the alcohol was boiled off at like 80, 85 degrees Celsius, all the monoterps were already gone, and so it's nice and clean and strong, but it's like not very colorful.
That's what I mean. It's like it's lost its cultivar. It's just a different thing.
That's one of the things that extraction artists, if you want to go there, the real thing about an extract, and it's what's so nice about the dry sift or the bubble, is you don't really change the profile from flower to extract. Whereas a lot of these other techniques, even BHO, when you're vacuuming off when you're vacuuming off the butane, you're pulling out terps. Okay, so you change the profile, you lose some of the monoterps and the good flavors. So it's something to be aware of.
Last question. Now, you mentioned very long ago at the start, you guys had pulled, you were studying and you pulled multiple bags of bubble. Did you find a keynote difference? Because I can smell what I smelt in the bag on one strain in the 45U and then get a different profile in the 70. Like basically some terpenes, as they progress, as the trichome progresses in size, convert to others, and the bubble process is, because it's a scale of trichome, it seems to produce different effects. It's not just the contaminant. Like obviously getting contaminant in your small trichome smoke is different, but because I choose plants based on the stem trichomes, like right when it's veg, 3 inches tall, if I smell a bag, I'm satisfied. If I don't smell a bag, I just throw it away. I don't even bother worrying about growth habits. So I kind of look at, well, what kind of trichomes are those? They're clearly not the kind I can harvest, and they're holding my whole decision base. So that's a profile that's not going to potentially be in the 70U head. Did you guys see any unique markers within the progression of head size?
To be honest, Horatio, we haven't done serial separations of 25, 45, 70, 73, 90, 120, and then GC lab tested them all. It's just, that's not what the focus is for us. But you could theoretically do it, but I can't answer that question. On one note, though, I'll tell you one thing. You're talking about selecting for stock trichomes versus sessile trichomes, and there's a patent from GW Pharmaceuticals on the production of CBC, cannabichromene, and that seems to be produced in the sessile trichomes and not the stock trichomes. So it's like just so you're aware, you know, when you make that kind of selection, I know you're heavily selecting on terps, but you're also selecting away from something else when you do that, right? So when you're working,
synthase that's associated with that?
I'm sorry?
Is there a synthase that's associated with that?
CBC acid?
Making CBC?
Yeah, it must be, because it's not. Yeah, it's enzyme based, but I don't think that they've sequenced it yet.
No, you're exactly right. My theory is because of the way everyone else makes selections, if I simply go in the other direction, I'll also have the potential for a different profile. Because when I get that 10 seed pack and 9 plants look the same, smell the same, and one completely is different, I start from there, whether it's 1 in 10 or 1 in 100,000. I'm just looking for something that is an anomaly. And if I pick that up by terpenes, it's literally in a search for what everyone else is not selecting for. But I don't have a goal intention other than always head away from the masses.
Yeah, well, I think it's like I said earlier, you know, do what works for you. Select what you like. It doesn't do us any good if everybody grows Purple Kush or everybody grows OG or everybody grows one thing. You know, like, I think the variety is the beauty, and if you're making selections, select what works for you. Select what you like.
Well, obviously, I'd like strong terpene profiles because I'm hoping that if the only missing element is low cannabinoids, that can be worked out. But getting unique terpene profiles to start looking at other things cannabis can work on, that's what seems to be hard. In my region, I'm still stuck on the same 5 commercial strains reasonably being available, and then everything exotic is either super high price or grown improperly. So that's kind of why I'm like, well, if I could just get terpenes that are produced heavily in a seedling, and I choose for that, everything else that comes down the road is a bonus, but this is a way to get away from typical practices that cannabis does a lot of wonderful things, but there's a lot I don't see it doing. So that's kind of why, even if I'm avoiding one potential cannabinoid, maybe I'll pick up another just by that one practice. Just like the guys who don't clean their hands during trim put a whole bunch of doo-doo E. coli into the system.
Yeah.
That's just nasty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate reality, isn't it? And again, you don't know until you look what's going on. That's part of this black market thing that has happened. Prohibition over the last year is they've put the production of this product into the hands of people that are focused. Also, you know, like Todd and everyone else that's growing, and you're doing it for love. But there's also a lot of people that are doing it for money, and they don't have, you know, they don't have that same kind of ethic or same kind of quality pursuit. So
a lot of them do, though. You know, don't discredit. There's been so much good pot in the world. There's been a lot of brave people that have grown a lot of good pot, and in the last 10, 15 years, especially since 215 in California, the market has been pulled out from under them. An entire middleman has been created that has become fatter and more politically protected and makes a bigger profit now. Because, for instance, I mean it like this. Back in the early 90s, growers got $4,800 a pound for something that at $400 an ounce was $6,400 a pound. So there was a $2,000 up, if you would. Well, people are still paying $50 an eighth and $400 an ounce incense, but the price of pot has plummeted to, you know, between $1,000 and $2,000 a pound. And who's making all that money is the retailers now. And the retailers are really going to have to lean back because this is really, I believe cannabis should have a much more realistic profit potential, and that right now doesn't exist. And end users haven't seen a lower price point compared to what it should be. But growers have seen basically the profiting of their product go down, and we've seen almost a race to the bottom, I would say, in some ways, because people don't get paid for the care and the cautions they used to put into their herb, where they were proud of their herb. They grew herb so carefully, and you know, the market has to get readjusted to regulation, or we're not going to be able to have, you know, people we trust going in and inspecting gardens and being able to inspect end products, so we know that what people are putting out is consistent. You know,
that race to the bottom ain't over yet. I mean, It's, when it's grown in the Central Valley, it's going to be $100 a pound. It's not going to be $2,000 a pound or whatever it is.
Though, I look forward to the day that it's pennies on the gram. People think I'm crazy for saying that. Someone mocked me for saying there was vegetables that cost pennies on the pound, and then I put a list up in Hash Church that, there are plenty, and I think cannabis is going to be something that could well become worthless in comparison to what it is now, because if you give everyone the right to grow it, it'll be like tomatoes. You can grow them, but you're not really going to make much money getting a stand going on the side of the road and competing with Whole Foods.
Well, and it's one of the really interesting things about California is that, think of Prop 19. The growers shut it down, because they didn't want to stop. They didn't want to stop making money on it, and I'm really interested.
I think that perspective's a bit askew. I worked on it. We didn't get support of Trinity County, Humboldt County, Mendocino County, but they account for less than 1/4% of our voting pool, and if they'd all passed it, our percentage points wouldn't have changed at all on the exit. So their support would have been nice, but you actually saw profits overcome, and in some ways ethics, because we thought they have always been behind changing it, but realistically, a lot of the people that have moved up there now are moved up there to make money, and they want to cash in, and they don't support the laws changing and the profits going down. And we also saw a lot of doctors writing notes telling their patients that their medical rights would be eroded, which was an outright lie. If we pass adult use, it solidifies medical use. There's no way you can take away a constitutional right of a sick person if someone 21 and over has access to weed. The other thing we saw was pot clubs actually putting fucking do not vote on yes on 19 into the bags that they were selling, because they don't want to see competition across the street. They don't want to see the pot prices fucking drop, because they're making tons of money right now and they love it. They love it. So we saw hypocrisy literally all over the place, from growers to doctors to pot clubs.
The price of weed in the United States blows me away for the most part. I know Colorado's come down a lot, but you still see $50, $55 eighths in California dispensaries, and it's just, wow, you don't see that up here. But it's super nice. The top grade is probably the best around in the world. The top flowers are the best flowers in the world that I've seen. But
it's funny that you say that. There is stuff I see that it's weird, but I'm glad, because I'm a product of the old $400 an ounce. Like back if you were on Dead Tour in the early 90s, you could get some blueberry or something, you'd gladly fork over the money. And I see stuff now in California that really is spectacular. I love it, and I do happily, get it for people. And but the prices are dropping, and I look forward to them dropping more. And I've already. You're going to see people that want to protect. When I hear people say we have to protect the small-time grower, all I really hear, the translation that goes on in my head is, we got to keep the profits up. And I can't stand it. I'm like, sorry.
Well, it's unfortunate that that's what it is. It's two things. It's keeping the profits up, but it's also keeping a way of life around. And the reality is agricultural crops are not grown in the mountains in Mendocino or Humboldt. They're not. There's no water there. It's not the right environment to do agriculture.
I totally agree with you. It's just been the market, this artificial profit profile that's been allowing this to happen. And once we have greenhouses full of cannabis and computer-controlled environments, and it's super great, and it's in big fluffy sacks, it's going to change the scope of cannabis. There's no question, and we cannot protect mom and pop growers. They could still grow it, but I hate to say it, they're going to have jobs and shit, because it isn't going to pay their mortgage anymore.
It's only big money that can buy big fancy greenhouses on million and multi-million-dollar land and put up the labor and the capital and everything, all that kind of stuff. It's not set up these big farms. So it's right there. You're deselecting the mom and pops, and you're selecting for the big guys with money.
To a degree, no, though. I say it, it's inevitable. You look at Jack Daniels. I read that they put out 119 million bottles annually. They got a 1,700-acre plant, and they just rock it 24/7. And they have a right to do that. People have Jack Daniels on every shelf in every bar. It's a staple. But why can't that happen with cannabis? Why can't growers up wherever they are or wherever they are be able to duplicate something in equality like we see with JD? I mean, and if they do it and they do it well, hey, maybe their stuff will be on every bar in the world too. That would be quite the accomplishment.
And they can, but you know, it's the same. You look at all these other industries. It's economy of scale. There's craft brewers, and there's like Anheuser-Busch, you know, and it's like the bigger you get, the cheaper the price is to produce it, the more money you make. And it's like, sure, there's always going to be the little guy that's doing it right on a small scale and producing extremely good quality or better quality, and they'll have a boutique market. And it's the same with wine. It's the same with beer. It's the same with flowers. It's the same with, you know, pork. It's the same with beef. It's.
You know what though? When you say it like that, I almost picture it like, you know, the retired guy with the woodworking shop in his basement that makes furniture. It's a hobby. He could go buy furniture cheaper with less effort down the street, but he loves to do it. So you're going to see people that literally boutique grow because they love to do it, and they do it great, and they have particular genetics, and they keep them going. And I think we're going to see this beautiful range of it. You know, unfortunately, I don't think that boutique cannabis will be worth as much, anywhere near as much as it is now. I even think people setting up business plans based on what today's profit levels are crazy, because you go 5 years forward and I think it's an entirely different playing field.
Well, of course it is. Yeah.
No, same thing happened in the repeal of alcohol prohibition, Todd. I mean, you make the analogy to Jack Daniels. It was the same thing. I mean, look, Kennedy's were bootleggers, and they're the ones who came out smiling on the other side of prohibition, right?
Sam told me a story about Kennedy is going. They knew, you know, when Prohibition crashed and the 13th Amendment was passed, that took time, political time, right? And the Kennedys had inside information and that it was all happening well before it actually passed. And they went over to Scotland and so.
Oh yeah, Joe P. totally set it up. Yeah, so
they had the distribution contracts, and they had the whiskey in the United States in an unbonded, an area that they hadn't actually imported it into the country, even though physically it was in the country. And when the 13th Amendment passed, they brought in all the whiskey, and they made, you know, his sons became president. You know what I mean? It was like
we're all ready to go. That's right.
Well, you know what? Then what you're inspiring us to talk about then is we should all be, you know, thinking locally and acting globally, because really it's about federal prohibition. It's about a bigger scope of this having to change, because there was a lot of support in Congress for alcohol prohibition, and it turned around because they saw the demonization of what it was doing to society, if you will, how it was hurting society, and it changed things. And I think we're at that point now. And I think in 2016, that's what we should all be hopeful for, is change on a massive scale for cannabis. And
yeah, and you know what? I've said this before, and it's like Canada now has this legal system, right? Which is cool, or depending on however you look at it. But one thing that it did do is legalize the importation and exportation of cannabis. And so Canada can now ship weed, or Canadian companies can now ship cannabis to, you know, Colombia or Netherlands or Italy or whatever, Germany, whatever country wants to do business with them. And the United States federal government is really screwing American cannabis companies that are starting to get really good quality or really good production. And I think one of the things that might help bring this down is financial interests that lobby the American government to get rid of federal prohibition, because as soon as that happens, the United States is going to control the cannabis market in the world. We don't drink, I mean, there's some Canadian wine that's produced, but people up here drink California, you know, not, what is it, Zinfandel is, you know. That's
hold on, Seagram's is Canadian, man. And they were like, come and bought Hollywood, if I don't recall, 20 years ago. So whiskey was very profitable for the Canadians.
Oh,
you know?
for sure. And,
I think Canada will always see good cannabis economy, if you will.
We will, but I mean, man, Canada doesn't have the American or the Californian climate where you can produce excellent flowers year-round. I mean, sure, we can get in a couple of good crops in the summer, or maybe 3 if you're really organized and pushing it and using blackout curtains and all that stuff. But the reality is California has better sun, and you know, we buy our lettuce and our strawberries from Watsonville, you know, or what are they? artichokes come from Castroville up in British Columbia. Like, that's where we get it, you know. And
Well, let me say, man, it was really nice having you on Hash Church today. I hope you join us again all the time. And if next time you're in the Bay, you can come hang out at my house, get high. I'd love to.
thank you very much.
You'd be a nice guest anytime. And everybody have a happy New Year. Rob's taking me to a Dead & Co show tonight. So.
Dead & Co. Make sure you puff many joints and blow smoke towards the Vatican.
Blow smoke towards John Mayer.
It is John Mayer. It ought to be cool. Yeah. Hey.
Blow
smoke, right? You can't get stoned. So. All right.
Todd.
Have a good one.
Say ciao to Rob for us.
All right. Peace out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dead & Co. That'll be fun for him. We never get any good concerts in BC anymore.
Yeah, the Bay Area is pretty spoiled for entertainment and cannabis. Good place to visit. You got to go down.
Go figure. Yeah, I'm trying to work that out this year. 2016 will be my first year back in the U.S. in, like, since '98.
Yeah, I saw that article with you online.
Yes. The old, I didn't really realize when I did that interview that it was like that they were like the Canadian press, that they basically like pushed their news stories to like every other, you know, quite a few media outlets that feed from the Canadian press. I just thought the Canadian press was the Canadian press, just some random news agency, but they pushed it to a lot of places, so it got seen by a lot of people. Hopefully the government will do something about it, you know. I'd personally rather they stop arresting people first and foremost. Like, before even worrying about anyone with pardons or whatnot, it's just like, stop arresting people for it. That'd be good.
Well, you know, as far as Canadians go, everybody's kind of like, oh, we elected the Liberals, now we're going to have legal weed. It's not so cut and dry, you know. They're talking about the stakeholders, and the stakeholders are people like health departments of various provinces, which is important, but it's also the police. And it's like the people really need to make their voice and wants and needs about legalization happen, because, you know, we're at a crucial time here where we can shape the discussion, and I think we need to be vocal about all that kind of stuff, like the things that we want out of legalization, like removal of restrictions for people that have criminal records, or like, what about the guys that are in jail? You know what I mean? And if we make it this legal system where it's like, okay, you got legal producers and only their weed is legal, and, you know, anybody else caught doing whatever faces serious crime. I mean, you got to open. If you're going to legalize it, normalize it, you got to open it up to anybody. And maybe if you have a big criminal past for, I don't know. It's a complicated issue. What do you do?
Well, it made news this week down in the States that the Obama administration has recommended that the Supreme Court not hear the lawsuit that the neighboring states have against the state of Colorado, which is, again, basically just one of these bullshit kind of things where, you know, and even I wanted to mention this today, and thanks for letting me say it, but they have these so-called drug checkpoints at just as you pass into Utah from Nevada, and I think in eastern part of, or I'm sorry, in the western part of Utah, there will be signs on Interstate 80 saying that there's a drug check coming up, a mandatory drug check, and they're not allowed to do that. They don't do that, but what they do is they put those signs up there and they try to steer people who are like, oh my God, there's a drug check coming up, and then they put cops at the exits looking for people, you know, not coming to a complete stop, or, you know, crossing a line or something like that, and now they have reason to pull you over, and that's how they get you in trouble. So there is no mandatory check, but they put these signs up, which are basically entrapment, which gets people all worried and paranoid, starts to get people pulling off at the exits, and that's where the police are, at the exits. There's no traffic check along the interstate at all. So again, this type of behavior has just got to stop. States suing neighboring states, and other states basically looking to grab people who are just driving down the road. It's just absolutely ridiculous behavior to think that this is the United States of America. We're behaving like it's the divided states of America. At least that's what the law is like.
Yeah, this is a really interesting thing there compared to our Canadian drug laws are federal. We don't have provincial drug laws, so it's you guys really have this conundrum down there that creates these unique situations.
What do you think about the fact that they're talking about provinces and the fact that like BC might be our dream situation where they want to jump right to the microbrewery scale? Dispensaries can grow, the works. In Ontario, they're like no, conservative, and they want it in the government liquor store. Like it sounds like they're going to break up the federal ability to say shit to Halifax because Halifax might want a monopoly on their own internal grow. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, BC might want to keep it in BC, and if it's export, it gets taxed. Creating layers of bureaucracy for taxation without, officially doing it. When they say we don't want weed to be high, but if you want your microbrewery weed to leave BC, you're going to have hell. Like, that's the kind of worry.
Yeah, I mean, that's the way alcohol is, right? I mean, I don't know about production, and I don't know. I think that it's kind of all up in the air whether they're talking about production, because production might be federally regulated as it is with the MMPR, but they're talking about distribution, and that's the way alcohol is done. They have big breweries in Ontario and wherever else in the country that produce mass amounts, and then they ship it elsewhere. But even in Canada, you can't. I mean, I grew up in Ottawa, so. I was right on the line between Ontario and Quebec, and in Ontario, the drinking age is 19, but in Quebec, the drinking age is 18, and they also sell beer in corner stores. So you'd go over to, when you're 18, you'd go over to the Quebec side and get your alcohol. And people still do this. I mean, different provinces have different tax rates on alcohol. So maybe driving from New Brunswick to Nova Scotia would save you a few dollars, and it would be worth it for people to go and buy 5 cases of beer once every 2 months and bring it back across the line. But technically, that's illegal because every province regulates the distribution of alcohol differently.
Well, any tax good, right? Any good that if you buy or in the United States, if you buy in one state. If you buy a television in one state and you drive it to another state, you're supposed to pay the tax from that transaction somehow. I mean, I'm supposed to, like, I live in Pennsylvania. If I were to go to Delaware and buy a TV, I'd pay sales tax, or I'd pay no sales tax in Delaware because there is no sales tax in Delaware. But theoretically, I'm supposed to then, when I bring that television to Pennsylvania where there is a sales tax, I'm supposed to pay it. But yeah, no one pays those kinds of taxes typically.
So basically, Delaware sells a lot more TVs than Pennsylvania.
Delaware is the home of tax-free shopping, man. It's crazy down there. Delaware is actually quite progressive on cannabis. They have a medical program down there, and the dispensaries supposedly are actually providing really good, high-quality cannabis, from what I've understand. And yeah, Delaware is actually a very, very progressive cannabis state, amazingly so. Delaware is a weird state, man. It's only 10 miles wide, so I think they have like some kind of security complex. Rest of the states are going to eat them up or something.
It just seems like to have all the corporations registered there.
Yeah, that's because the DuPont family basically made it so the corporation laws are very, very favorable, and so yeah, you'll see the big yachts down in the Cayman Islands all have a Wilmington, Delaware address. Yeah, and most corporations do. Yeah, it's some kind of sleazy corporation tax thing there, Mark. I have no idea. Someone probably knows though. Just very easy to incorporate a business, I think.
So it sounds like Todd's dream of cheap cannabis requires the kind of globalization that always makes your local produce cheaper on the other side of the world than it is in your own town. to buy it, because it sounds like state to state, that's why they put in all of these loopholes. They don't really want California lettuce to come to Canada unless everybody gets paid. So, because I see like Oregon seems to be way cheaper for everything, but California, which should have even better sun, is more expensive.
Oregon is also one of the states, I think, that doesn't have sales tax. I remember traveling through there, and it was, you'd cross from Portland, Oregon to Vancouver, Washington, and all of a sudden you'd be paying tax.
You're also comparing a regulated, you're comparing a legal market versus a non-profit medical market. Totally two different things. So farmers in California have to go through different types of mechanisms to get you herb, and losing a crop or getting one shut down or having to move a farm is part of the game. And not everybody's getting tags, and not everyone's paying those taxes. So that's why it's cheaper.
So could the Oregon model be the new buzzword rather than always saying, like, let's follow the Colorado model? I'm like, I don't want to become Colorado. But it seems implementable, because I don't remember Oregon being some super sun zone compared to California for the actual, production of the raw content. But they've solved the economics, so that now stands at $500.
Yeah, what they did was they've been growing, and my partner was growing there for a long time, many moons ago. But what happened was the plant size, people used to grow smaller plants and lots more of them, and Oregon got into this 400-gallon, 200-gallon, huge plants outside program. And so what happened was that's also, if you look at the Emerald Triangle, North California, that area, and South Oregon and Washington area, they're used to growing big, huge plants to keep their counts down. And that's definitely going to do two things. One, don't look at it as a quality thing being worse, because there are farmers that are doing that, and they're doing it with hoop houses and LD. They're doing it with greenhouses. They're doing sun-grown, in my opinion, better than a lot of the indoor I've seen. And that's up for debate, but I've seen the hard work that can go into that kind of farming. Or the other alternative, what you're seeing a lot of times in these farms in Oregon, is you throw your plants out there, you veg them inside, you grow them big, and maybe you aren't doing trellises, and maybe you're not doing the hoops, and maybe you're not going to the extension of the tees and whatever they're doing, and I see the quality a little bit different, where it might be just because of the competitive push in that area isn't as big as in California. You got to remember, it's a humongous market. So when people are claiming, clean green, and they're, cultivating and competing against indoor crops in their collectives, they have a lot more competition that's driven them a little bit harder. In Oregon, that outdoor farming is really good, but I don't see them having to compete with the indoor market as much. So now that they're in a regulated model, you're right, it is interesting, because Oregon, in my opinion, is one to look at versus all the other states. It'll be interesting to see how it plays out, for sure. But California is just, it's been around since the 90s, so they've got that sun-grown on lock, bro. I'm just telling you. I'm telling you.
Okay, so a critical limit is always going to be some form of supplemental energy, because BC has California prices, but we don't really have populace over weed. We have plenty of weed. That's how we supplied the other end of America for all those years. So that's kind of why I'm like, well, BC's weed isn't cheap. Is that just because of the crime laws, or is it also where mom and pops also group together and start to set price limits? Like, no, we can't be growing for cheaper than this because I'm buying a bunch of newts that don't do anything.
Part of it's the Canadian dollars, Les. The last 3-4 years have been a bit of an anomaly, because the dollar's been roughly at par. But today it's 30% down, and so that's 30% more on American buyers' money, and I think that really has a huge effect of it. Don't forget too, until like 95 and 96, when Prop 215 came in, it was pretty harsh laws even down in California and Washington, and rent and the population in Vancouver wasn't what it is now. So you had a lot of American growers coming up to BC and taking up residence on the east side and just banging it out.
I think that's also key. That what you just said there is that, think about the skill level of the growers in California as they migrate. Some of them went to Colorado and then left Colorado. Some of them are in Oregon or Washington. And I'm not trying to take away from the different territories, but generally when somebody has, 10, 20 years experience growing sun-grown, and they migrate to another location, I think they're going to enhance their surroundings and how they grow their cannabis, And there's more people in California versus Oregon, and only recently Oregon is now on the radar. They bypassed, and they're what everyone's looking at right now. So I know a lot of people that have migrated from California to Oregon.
Part of it's green. When California went off, tons of people flocked to when Colorado went off, tons of people flocked to Colorado. And Oregon is just kind of new, and it's like a new market with lots of opportunity and less competition, and the regulations seem pretty good as far as new people getting into the business. It's not all locked up, So I think that could be one of the things that's going on.
It's just, I mean, in the dark market, neither gray nor black, I noticed that people started these migratory patterns where I'm like, how do you go from moving to Oregon to moving to Maine? And then I'm like, oh, I see, the price of Maine, and then you keep going back home to Oregon. It seems to sponsor this interstate trade no matter what, because Oregon figures it out, so then you just go to Oregon and buy, whether it's a slab or a concentrate because of the, its physical volume, and then you go out of region. It's this like never-ending loop where once everything becomes garbage, you send it to the East Coast. And I don't get how cheap will ever really spread quality if it's a natural instinct to put in these impedances that create economy for people.
Hey, what's going on, Fletcher? Welcome. I don't think you can hear us.
Hey, what's up?
How you doing, bud?
Oh, pretty good. Just listening in.
Well, usually when you come in, you have something to share.
Yeah, usually I don't like wasting people's time or space. To go off what Tony was saying though about California's traditional quality versus everywhere else. I mean, 10 years ago, the quality of herb in California was way subpar to Oregon and Washington, in my experience. I mean, OG, I remember in 2005, all my buddies were telling me I should move to LA to go grow OG so I could go get $6 a pound. Because the OG I was growing up here, I wasn't getting paid for because there wasn't a market for it, and there was so little good herb at all in California anywhere. I mean, in California, I remember on just outdoor, like regular outdoor, was $3,200 plus a pound, and that was maybe 2007 or 2008 still. And that wasn't going out of state. That was in-state prices. I mean, we had no interest in even exporting really that herb at all, because it was $4 a pound for indoor in Washington. So, I mean, Oregon and Washington have had a long-standing indoor cultivation group of people, much more so than like Southern California, where, for many years it was mainly just import, people bringing in stuff. I mean, everybody I knew 10 years ago that was from Canada, they moved all their weight to LA. All the bikers, all the hells, all of them, all that weight from Vancouver Island, all that went to California. And they were buying up beasters by the truckload, and I mean, we couldn't even sell beasters here 10 years ago. So, I think it's who you know, where you are, and how many growers you know is more dependent upon the quality than your location.
Yeah, I was talking about outdoor and the price and why the prices were the way they were as far as the byproducts of Oregon versus California. That's what sparked it. I wasn't comparing indoor. Indoor you could find anywhere. You got the right grower, right genetics. He could be in Minnesota. He could be anywhere.
I mean, even all the guys I know in Oregon over the last 10 years that are in southern Oregon, Medford, and all those areas, they move all their weight to California. All that weight goes to California. I mean, I knew tons of guys that would drive all that shit down from Oregon all the way down to LA to get rid of it. I mean, that was the MO, because they had good quality and all the shops in LA were willing to pay for it. I mean, I had a friend that lived 30 minutes outside of Eugene that used to drive to LA once every 2 months just to get rid of all of his product, because it was so much easier. There was so little good product in California, indoor or outdoor or light depth. I mean, it was all the
per capita, you should say. There's a lot of good herb, but there's so many fucking people.
Exactly.
You just can't even really get a chance to see any of the killer.
Right. By the time that 10 pounds goes out, it's already smoked in California, and there's, you're talking a population size that's 10 times the size of the state next to it. So, I'd say, traditionally California had, as a percentage of the population, much less than I saw in other states. I knew a lot more growers in Oregon and stuff than I did in SoCal. I mean, everybody back then used to try and get out of SoCal because you'd get busted, period. You try and set something up. I mean, even a year before I moved to LA, I had a friend that opened a warehouse in South Central and got raided, and that was like 2010. So I mean, it's it wasn't free for all. It wasn't all good, and it wasn't risk free in California even up until just still a few years ago. I mean, it wasn't. People, like Tony was saying, you couldn't just stay in one place and keep operating. You had to jump around a lot in California, and that made prices really high. It wasn't until recently that I think we've really seen the prices stabilize down there.
Yeah, I also think that demand, maybe it just has to do with that. There's just way more population and demand than people and patients in California. So, what I see in Oregon is there's a chance to overgrow. That's what's happened before, is there's not the population and the foot traffic. But now maybe with this, being recreational, whatever, it'll draw it.
A chance. Is that what you said?
No, that's okay. Sorry. Yeah.
Were you saying overproduction? Because one thing that's interesting, and this is something we see with pretty much almost every agricultural crop, is that you either have subsidies, farmers unions, or where local farmers come together like a union and determine what the price of their product's going to be, or the price of their crop, and whether or not they should or shouldn't grow these things every year. And I think that's going to happen with weed too. I mean, and one thing that the state can do, you can't really artificially increase the price of weed like you can with gas or something. But what you can do is limit the amount of production that people are allowed to do. And in Oregon, I think there's a max indoor of 10,000 square feet, and then outdoors an acre, I believe, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I mean,
some overproduction, not solving the problem by any means, but it's somewhat of a means of controlling the supply, just like they did up here in Washington, limiting it to, I think they finalized at like 8 million square feet or something like that for the whole state.
That I'm sure that'll be updated as things go on. I mean, aren't they changing Washington after 2 years? Like they said, this is the system for 2 years, and then they'll make adjustments as necessary.
Well, and they did that. It was actually originally 2 million square feet. Then they upped it to 6 or 8 million square feet, so as to give everybody that applied an opportunity to gain square footage. And then I think maybe 3 months ago they lifted the cap from a 3/4 limit or a 2/3 limit, which, like the original max indoor was a 30,000 square foot. They capped that down to 21. They lifted those bands again maybe 3 months ago, going from 21,000 to 30,000 for a tier 3 and 2,000 to 5,000 for a tier 1.
I think most of the issues that you're talking about are essentially prohibition problems. I mean, you're talking across the state lines because prices are better or demand is different or whatever, but
I'm talking about the state controlling the volume of the herb in their state so that they can artificially control essentially the value of their taxes.
But you're essentially talking about protectionism, right? You're talking about like.
I mean, I personally don't care one way or the other. I'm just pointing out that that's what the states are attempting to do to be able to realize the amount of production.
Yeah, I hear that. I just think moving forward, things are going to change because right now, the only way that you guys are getting legal cannabis in the United States is through state initiatives, and they happen at different times, so you create different systems. But inevitably what's going to happen is there will be federal legalization in the United States because the federal government is not going to keep these big cannabis companies out of international markets. It would be insane to do that, and that's just, I mean, the United States wants to do trade. Everybody wants to do trade. You want to support your businesses, or the businesses, at least in the States, are really heavily going to lobby governments to change the law so they can take part in these international markets. And I think when that happens, you'll start seeing, well, it's not any different than it is now. I mean, California feeds New York. You know, California cannabis feeds New York State. So there already is this international trade that goes on. I think what's going to happen, this interstate trade that goes on. And I think what's going to happen is that eventually the governments are going to want pieces of that pie, and they're going to want to give the rights of their respective companies to do business that way, you know?
Right. Totally agree. I mean, but I think what creates a significant hurdle in that, in between, you know, who's selling it and who's buying it in terms of what state and where it's coming from and where it's going to, part of the problem is the regulations in every single state are becoming different. And not only that, but the pesticide regulations, which are, you know, enforced by the FDA, which is a federal bureau, and they don't want to do testing on all these different chemicals or pesticides or agrochems or whatever it is you may be using to register it for use on cannabis. Now, there may be ways around that with general gardening use permits and things like that, which I've heard some pesticide manufacturers are trying to do to get around Colorado's issues with pesticides right now. For example, Eagle 20, the reason it's currently can't be used out there is because of how it's classified, and if they reclassify the product, you know, they may be able to use it. But if one state allows the use of one product and the other one doesn't, how does that affect the product that would potentially be exported?
I think the states can set the allowable residual concentrations, but it was my understanding that it was the EPA that says you can use this chemical for this crop.
Yeah, okay, let me provide some guidance here. This is my area of expertise. So the EPA, under law, if you sell so FIFRA stands for fungicide, insecticide, fungicide, insecticide. What's the other one? Rodenticide is in there. That's the R in FIFRA. So and the A in FIFRA is Act. So if you sell something on U.S. soil, you have to have a registration for the active ingredient, and the active ingredient is typically registered by the manufacturer. So when you're a manufacturer of an active ingredient, first of all you have to discover an active ingredient. Again, a lot of chemicals kill bugs, so what they have to basically do is find a chemical that kills bugs or controls some agrochemical controllable pest, and then conduct all kinds of tests, especially residual tests and environmental fate tests, so they know what happens when the stuff runs off the plant and all that. So once all those tests are done and the company has all the information that says that it's safe and effective and that they could actually make it, it could actually be produced, and that they could actually make a profit doing all this, they will register it, and it costs somewhere between $10 to even upwards to $100 million to get an EPA registration for an active ingredient. And it could take, because you have to do sometimes generational toxicity, where you inoculate like a mother of like a guinea pig, and then that guinea pig has to have offspring, and they have to look for residuals in the offspring of the mom. So you have to do generational tox studies, and whenever you do studies on an animal, you don't just do one animal, you do 10 animals at a time. That's why I was asking before about how many replicates are in the tests that are run for cannabis, because you have to have a really statistically robust set to be able to make hard, fast conclusions on A, does it work, and B, is it safe and is it effective? And so once all that information is known, then a company, and again, this is a big company like Bayer, Dow, DuPont, the company will then register that by taking that information, which they've already invested tens of millions of dollars in obtaining, bring that information to the EPA, and then the EPA has an expert panel that looks at that information and decides whether or not they should register. And if once they register the active ingredient, then the company who's paid all that money to get that stuff registered owns that registration. And the registration of like Eagle 20, for example, I think is owned by Dow. I think it was actually discovered originally by Syngenta, but these big companies cross-license each other's active ingredients and co-formulate and do all kinds of, kinds of work like that. But anyway, long story short, the point is that the EPA does register the material. They're the agency within the United States government that affects the environmental protection of chemical insults to its citizens, and so it views anything like a rodenticide or a fungicide or an insecticide as basically being a environmental insult, so they have to have it registered to sell it on U.S. soil. Has to have that registration. In order to have that registration, you got to do all that work. So now you're asking these companies, which are very conservative, publicly traded, multinational corporations that have dragged their feet on getting into cannabis, those that actually have pharmaceutical companies like Bayer have looked to do the end around on the cannabis plant by developing their own CB1 agonists and antagonists that are not plant-based. These are all heterocycles that look like drugs. They have pharmacokinetics that just happen to bind to the CB1 and CB2 receptors, and that's all fine and dandy, but at the end of the day, you're asking those same companies to basically say, please pay for the toxicity tests that need to be run in order to register this active ingredient for use in cannabis. And I just think that they're just too conservative to do it, and the smaller companies may not have the resources to be able to basically deliver the package to the EPA, which is basically going to be really a very, very expensive registration package.
Well, they can't do these studies yet because of the federal law, right?
Right.
And so
no. You can do them if you have a Schedule I license. So with a Schedule I license, you can get all of that kind of waived. But this whole kind of brings up the point.
But they're not getting those licenses, though.
Right.
Right.
So the point is, and so I'm working actually with 2 labs that are actually going through the process to get Schedule I licenses, just as the exercise to show how much fucking red tape there is in getting it. It's just bullshit. But let me just say one thing farther from this, which is that if you are basically doing any kind of work with anything that's derived from cannabis, it falls under Schedule I licensing, or the Schedule I definition in the Controlled Dangerous Substance Act. So again, if you look at the government, which is the Department of Health and Human Services, holds a patent that actually is the very famous patent 663307 blah 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 whatever on neuroprotectant agents. Well, basically what it says is that the government itself can hold a patent, and a patent by definition has to patent something that's useful. There has to be a demonstrated utility. If it doesn't demonstrate utility, it can't be patented. So the fact that the USPO, which is the U.S. Patent and Trade Organization, has examined this patent and has granted it utility, they basically are saying that cannabis is useful. The Schedule I listing is just inconsistent with saying that it's useful. So, I mean, this is basically where we need to legally unravel the federal government's position on cannabis prohibition is that they're speaking out of both sides of their mouth and saying that we could patent it because it's useful, but it can't be useful because it's on Schedule 1 by definition. So the Schedule 1 listing is completely inconsistent with being able to patent its utility, right?
It's another one of them where
it's a cruel joke on us. And the fact is that we pay for the salaries. I'm an American taxpayer. My tax dollars have paid for the inventors on that patent. We paid for the attorneys, which were high-priced Washington, D.C. patent attorneys, which cost upward of $1,000 an hour. We paid for the prosecution of that patent, which is now owned. The assignee of the patent is the Department of Health and Human Services, whose charter is basically to improve the life of Americans. So we own, the American taxpayer basically owns that patent, which is in direct conflict with Schedule 1 listing. And we brought this to the attention of a standing congressman a year and a half ago. It was my first time ever visiting a congressman, and we brought it to their attention. And there is now, again, a very good groundswell of information to say that the Schedule 1 listing has got to change. And I do believe that President Obama will do this on the way out, where his legacy will basically be the black man that legalized the nugget. Go.
I thought that was about CBD and that CBD isn't scheduled.
Anything derived from the cannabis plant, any resin, anything derived from the cannabis plant, by definition, falls under the CSA. Terpenes, anything derived from cannabis.
Hey, Mark, hey, Mark, you said that last time, and I have a copy of the CSA and the federal laws and 3 lawyers that provided it. Specifically show me the language that says terpenes. Because phytocannabinoids and cannabinoids and things derived from cannabis, yes.
Anything derived from the plant.
Show me the word where it says anything.
I don't think that's true because there's people that are importing like pails of CBD extract paste from Europe and Czechoslovakia and China into the United States, and they're having them tested, and as long as they don't exceed a certain limit of THC, they're allowing these huge amounts of CBD paste into the country. So whether it's in practice or in the letter of
legal, it's really in a quasi-legal kind of thing.
My understanding was that CBD was restricted under the Analog Act, but it's actually not written into your law, whereas the Canadian law, CBD is actually listed as a Schedule 2 substance, and I'm not sure that it is in the States, but I don't know, so I'm kind of deferring to you guys that are Americans on that one.
Yeah, Tony, the actual language says resin derived, anything derived from the resin, or I'm not sure it uses the word anything, but I think it says compounds or materials derived from.
Yeah, I mean,
it's easy. We can pull it up right now. I actually have it. So.
Look, basil produces osamine and limonene, and there's all these different plants that produce terps. So I mean, somebody might be able to take that legal opinion that that's the way it is, but I don't know if it's so set in the law that anything that's produced by the cannabis plant is illegal, because there's tons of stuff that the cannabis plant produces that other plants produce. So, I mean.
Yeah, I mean, we had this discussion on infinitum here on Hash Church, right, Mark? I don't know that again the legal interpretation of the Controlled Dangerous Substance Act was basically to limit the production of anything that's derived from cannabis. And again, I don't know that they use the word anything, but that was basically the intent. And when you go and you look at the laundry list of stuff there, yeah, they talk about, resin and everything that you would derive from the plant. And I know that this provision in the Farm Bill did, again, get that CBD magic level of anything below 0.3% of THC, and I believe that that's in the plant, not in the oil. The dirty secret is that when you go to extract the oil, the amount of THC goes up, right?
There's a law about the amount that's allowable in food products also, because I know that the United States imports in huge amounts hemp seed from Canada, and there's an allowable limit of THC that is set in some regulation somewhere. And again, I'm not an expert on any of that kind of stuff, so I don't know. But the reality of the fact is that people are importing huge amounts of CBD paste and refining it for CBD products sold, like even on Amazon.com, like interstate. And so whether it's the letter of the law or they're allowing it to happen in practice, it's going on. You know, I mean, even the Kentucky hemp farmers tried to import a bunch of hemp seed for last year's planting, and remember the DEA was holding up the seeds and all that kind of stuff, and eventually they let it through. So there has to be at least some level of gray area going on, you know, and I think that there's so many different regulations that are written on the issue. Is it's like you can't, like you were talking FIFRA, right? I mean, FIFRA is one thing. It's isn't that the registration? But there's also like use per crop, and I don't know if the FDA is involved in it. But there's different levels of organization.
Yeah, absolutely. So once you get the active ingredient, then you have to register actually the different formulations. And so, like, if you look at like any bottle of I don't know, some type of insecticide that's sold at like Home Depot or Lowe's, you'll see that there's an active ingredient, but that active ingredient is only there in an exceedingly small amount. Like these pyrethroids are typically active at like 1%, you know, less than that. So then there's all this other crap in there, which is typically like adjuvants and surfactants and other things to keep the formulation happy. That formulation in and of itself has to be registered. And often it's a different company that licenses the active ingredient registration to now use in their product. Like Scott's is a perfect example. Scott's licenses a lot of active ingredients from these other companies to put in their product because they're the products that you buy when you go to the store. But the fact is that, again, there's a whole nother round of testing and environmental testing and tox testing that has to be done on the formulation itself. So yeah, the active ingredient is only one part of the climb. The rest of it is, well, what's that formulation? You know, what are the other ingredients? You know, so. All right.
Sorry, it's Mark's mic.
I posted in our little chat because this debate came up. So I posted what the Controlled Substance Act actually defines. Marijuana and its cannabinoids, pure Delta-9, is also listed as Schedule 3 for limited uses under the trademark of Marinol. Ballot measures in several states, such as Colorado, Washington, Oregon, and others, have made allowances for recreational medical use of marijuana and/or have decriminalized possessions of small amounts of marijuana. Such measures operate only on state levels and have no effect on federal law. Despite such ballot measures and multiple studies showing medicinal benefits, marijuana nevertheless remains a Schedule I effective across the U.S. The drug or other substance has a high potential, so this is what they consider Schedule I drugs. It's a drug or other substance that has high potential for abuse. The drug or other substance has no currently accepted medical use in the treatment in the United States, and there is a lack of acceptance safety for the use of this drug or substances under medical supervision. So terpenes are produced ambiguously throughout nature in countless plant species, prevalent in fruits, vegetables, herbs, spices, and other botanicals. Terpenes can be used as dilutants, aromatherapy, flavoring, food additive applied topically. Terpenes are common ingredients in the human diet and have generally been recognized as safe to consume by the U.S. Food and Drug Administration. What they're doing with the fine lines that you were talking about is if you derive hemp from flowers, not from seed and from stalk, within inside the United States, you are now subject to a controlled substance because it's cannabinoids, even CBD. So there's different acts and bills outside of the United States that allows China to produce a hemp paste or a hemp product that's coming from flowers and or stalk and seed. Most people are using the marketing and their websites and all of their literature as hemp CBD derived from stalk and seed so that they're not deriving it from the flower. So what Mark is saying is true in the sense that if you're deriving compounds, and those compounds are cannabinoids of any sort. They fit into a controlled substance, one. And so terpenes on themselves, we can recreate all of these terpenes with hops, with lavender, with eucalyptus, with all kinds of other plants. So what happens is this falls into a very unique and gray area in the sense that if I'm presenting terpenes in their full spectrum, they're just terpenes. There's no cannabinoids and there's no THC. So that is a significant difference. There's no level of THC, 0.0. There's no level of cannabinoids, 0.0. So they're terpenes. They're found in nature. They're approved by the FDA. They're in everything. We eat them.
It's interesting. You say one of your about says despite such ballot measures and multiple studies showing medicinal benefits, marijuana nevertheless remains on Schedule 1. And in the United States, you guys have this interesting thing where marijuana is a term that includes anything produced by the plant, but it also includes like JWH compounds and spice. They are technically considered marijuana.
No. The JW compounds cannot be made from cannabis. I know what you mean. They fall into the synthetic cannabinoids, but yeah.
I understand that. But technically, spice is considered marijuana legally. So what I'm saying, the use of the word marijuana has it encompasses like this huge variety of things that are not necessarily cannabis related, including cannabinoids. And despite what this thing says, I still got to say, put it out there, the fact remains that despite what Tony just said and posted on our little chat here, that companies are still bringing in CBD paste from China and Czech Republic as like hemp fruit or hemp paste. And I know because I know people that were importing it, they had it was tested by the DEA, and they looked specifically for THC. They were not looking at CBD because the stuff was like 20-30% CBD paste, right? And they let it in. And they continue to let it in, and it continues to be sold to this day. You can go on Amazon.com and order little hemp paste sprays and pastes and everything from right online, and they'll ship it across state lines. So, you know, it's this really complicated mesh of a series of regulations and law that overlap with the, you know, we're talking with the pesticides and the legalities, the criminal law with the cannabinoids and state law and federal law and all this stuff, all these acts. It's a real hairball, you know.
And that was why I was making the point earlier that that's why I think import and export is going to be really difficult, is all that red tape that you got to get through to make a product legal here and over here. And that's just like, I'm not saying it's impossible and that it won't happen. I think that any government or anybody that knows their worth in terms of trying to make money off of this should allow it. But, you know, getting through that red tape is a whole other hairball, like you said.
Canada did it in one act. They created the medical marijuana purposes regulations, and in that act, they created the system for the commercial production of cannabis, the sale of cannabis, the importation of cannabis, the exportation of cannabis, and it was one piece of paper, and it went from you can't do it to you can do it. So, you know, it is possible to do.
California can't even put us in a stoplight without 10 years of litigation. So, I mean,
all these layers of government that are layering on top of each other. You got municipal laws, you got county laws. Like some towns or the small districts don't want pot in their borders, and then the counties, like Mendocino County, is regulating how many plants that you can have. And California has Prop 215 and SB 420, and now these other three that Jerry Brown just put in, and then you got the federal laws layering on top of it. It's a complicated issue in the States, and it's going to be hard to break down all these systems. But I think, again, like I said earlier, you guys are losing out on money on the international market. Canadians now, Canada's like shipping weed back and forth to Holland and Italy and Colombia and now South America, and you know, Tweed's got contracts with Bedrocan for distribution in all of South America and North America, and it's like the race has started, and I can't see the United States for much longer keeping these American companies down and keeping them, making them lose market on the international.
Well, let's be honest. A lot of the companies up here are American.
Sure.
That's how they're going to do it. The smart ones just came up here and invested their money for now, and they'll get it all sorted out. And the minute they are able to down south, they'll just plug that component into.
Yeah, privateer holdings. I mean, this is what Mark Scialdone said. He said the exact same thing earlier when he was talking about alcohol. It's inevitable, dude. I mean, it's happening. It's happened. As far as I'm concerned, it's all over but the crying. So.
Have I ever shared my my donut analogy with y'all? Have I ever talked about this before? The donut?
Yeah, you have. Let's move on to no, I'm just joking. Go ahead.
No, I just think it's so telling because again, so a donut is defined by the whole of the donut, and the whole of the donut is basically where the industry is today, and that's where Tony is, and that's where the people basically can't bank their money, the people who can't write off expenses like any other business. I mean, it's just crippling this industry, and they're really interfering with free enterprise. The rest of the donut is the legitimate part of the economy that, again, is feeding off of the whole of the donut, which is, again, the genie's out of the bottle, whatever metaphor you want to use. The donut basically is defined by basically the legitimate part of the economy that, again, is feeding off this. Look at what's going on in Denver. Look at what's going on with real estate. Look at what's going on in the other areas of the economy that feed off of the cannabis industry. Let's face it, this industry has been beneficial to the states that have enacted the legislation, and you can't say otherwise economically. And so, yeah, once that money gets into the tax cycle, there's no turning back. That's the donut analogy, or bagel for if you like bagels.
Did you just call me a bagel?
Tony and Mark have the worst feedback on their two mics.
Sorry about that. You're a ravioli, Tony.
I mean, pizza bagel's okay. I didn't know if you were just calling me a bagel. I just wanted to make sure. Or a donut.
Well, I'll tell you, that was a solid 4-hour hash church today. Very great conversation. I definitely want to thank Chimera for coming in and sharing his perspective with us, giving us some fresh blood in the church.
It's a pleasure to be chatting with you guys.
Yeah, man, absolutely, and always a pleasure to have Horatio and Mark Scialdone and Tony Verzura and the rest. I mean, Rob Clarke coming in and Todd McCormick and Etienne earlier on. Always a pleasure to have everyone come on. So, yeah, last Hash Church of 2015. The next time you see us, it'll literally be next year. You guys don't get to see us for a whole year, well, or a week, whatever your perspective is. So I will say adieu. Thanks, everybody.